advice to lend. I need a friendship, I know that's true. Just like the friendship I have with you. Just like the friendship you have with me. Yes, just like the friendship I have with you. Together we can make him be exactly like our fantasy, with bits and parts and faithful hearts, creating Rem Lazar. What does it take to build a friend? A little bit of trust and advice to lend. I need a friendship, I know that's true. Just like the friendship I have with you. Just like the friendship you have with me. Yes, just like the friendship I have with you. Together we can make him be exactly like our fantasy, with bits and parts and faithful hearts, creating Rem Lazar.
Let's officially declare this the Rem Lazar Clubhouse. So declared.
What does it take to build a friend? A little bit of dreams and some glue to mend. I need a friendship, I know that's true.
Just like the friendship I have with you.
Just like the friendship you have with us.
Just like the friendship I have with you.
I'm searching high, not low, as high as the mind can go. I feel the breeze, it's heading our way. Hold on to your dreams, hold on to today. We've got it all and I believe it's right. Sharing our dreams and our passions under sky shining bright. We've got it all. Do you remember not long ago visiting dreams? Who would know I'd be the one here by your side, holding your hands, being alive. We've got it all and I believe it's right. Sharing our dreams and our passion under sky shining bright. We've got it all. Skies, but not like this one. They always seem too high to touch. Dreams are real and they've just begun. They're yours if you want them that much. Some people put off for tomorrow the dreams that they open for today. It is now. And we're proud to say we're reaching out to touch the sky. La 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 la. Close your eyes, concentrate. Let your imaginations fly. We'll journey through a cosmic state. We're reaching out to touch the sky. Some people put off for tomorrow the dreams that they are hoping for today. The time is now and we're proud to say we're reaching out to touch the sky.
medallion shining bright brings a warmth in me. The adventures that we shared tells me that you're real.
In your heart I live forever. In your dreams we'll be together, you and I.
Imagination
Has no end.
adventures
To be shared with friends like
like Remlas are. Remlas are. I believe in everything that I've been dreaming of, and I'm dreaming of all that I can be. I believe the highest point of imagination is love, and most of all, I believe in me. And most of all, I believe in me.
Ask your questions, even if there are no simple answers. Don't be satisfied to settle with your past adventures. Just remember what was there. Looking for the future days. So exciting we could share. Oh, this treasure friendship really is care. Treasure friendship.
From within your mind, no one else can find the life that you inspire. From another place, not from outer space, from some place even higher. Ramblers are. Ramblers are. I can touch, I can feel, I can hear and see so much more than a fantasy. I can run, I can jump, I can dance and sing. Believe in yourself and do anything.
Believe in yourself and do anything.
From within your mind, no one else can find the life that you inspire. From another place, not from outer space, but from some place even higher. Ramblers are. Ramblers are. I can walk, I can talk, I can listen and learn as the wheels in my mind begin to turn. But I'll never forget what you've given to me. The power to touch, feel, hear and see.
The power to touch, feel, hear, and see. We ask, is our fantasy for real, or is it just a dream that we hold with all our might? We need him here tonight. This night we created Ramblazar.
I was trying to think Ramblazar's weird. You guys think maybe there's some undertones that I've been missing this whole time? Rageology says, OMG, let's go! Hi everyone! Welcome to another stream! I'm so excited to have you here. Happy Memorial Day, or, you know, whatever. I hope you're doing whatever you do on your day off, and remembering people who've died in wars and stuff. That's a shame. Today we're gonna watch conspiracy documentaries, though. So that's gonna be good. So, like, Tinfoil Tuesday, we normally, like, do a bunch of stuff. We jump from video to video. But a lot of the things that are on the internet in terms of conspiracies aren't these, like, 5, 10, even 20-minute videos. A lot of these people get their conspiracy information from, like, hour-long conspiracy documentaries. So I thought today would be a good time to maybe take a look at a couple of them. We can try and play conspiracy bingo if you'd like. But again, these topics are kind of specific, so I don't know how many different conspiratorial things we'll get out of them as much as it'll just be in-depth on specific conspiracy topics. So it should be different. We'll see how it goes. Everett GA, thanks for 14 months, says, thanks for being awesome. More than just entertainment, you've helped me tons by seeing who's toxic in my life and doing better for myself. Stay awesome, Hannah. You too. Thank you. So let's just get into it. Actually, you know what? I'll let chat decide what are we going to watch first. I'll do a poll, because there's 2 documentaries. Poll. I'm going to try and watch them both in their totality. But which one will we start with? The one about Pizzagate or the one about flat Earth? These are your options. The duration will be a minute, so make sure you vote in this poll, and we will determine which one we'll watch first. We have the Pizzagate, like I said, or a flat Earth documentary. Place bets on how long until it gets anti-Semitic. -5 seconds. I already feel it. I already feel it in my bones. Something lovely related to the topic.
You ever wonder what a flat earther really believes? Here's 25 actual quotes. Simply put, we live on a flat earth under a solid dome called the firmament. Of course, there's land beyond the ice wall. There's continents and countries we have yet to discover. Around the perimeter...
Well, you could just say things. Anyone can just say things. The Earth is a big pizza and Antarctica's the stuffed crust. Like, I can just say that. It doesn't mean anything, though.
of our flat Earth is the continent of Antarctica.
Wow, Pizzagate's killing it in the poll. Yeah, Pizzagate with 74% of the vote. We'll start with the Pizzagate one after this video.
All major countries signed a treaty to never fly over Antarctica. You know...
That is not what the treaty says. The treaty says that there won't be any permanent military installations or explorations for resource gathering, like looking for oil in Antarctica. That's why there's basically only scientific research stations. It does not say you're not allowed to fly over Antarctica. It just doesn't really make sense to fly over Antarctica unless that's your stated purpose. You could say, I want to fly over Antarctica. And you could probably get permission to do it. But for what purpose? Usually people fly to go places. There's nowhere that it's the most safe and affordable to directly fly over Antarctica.
You know why? Because then we'd all know.
He's a flat Earth debunker? Oh, good. Thank God.
Oh, the Earth is flat. Google Earth can't even measure Antarctica. Try it. No, I've seen pictures of clouds on the other side of the sun. No, I know they're real. The moon does not reflect the sunlight. It gives off its own light. The sun and the moon are actually way closer than they tell us, and they pass right over our head like a train going by into the distance. You do know, on their website, NASA admits the Earth is flat. If Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, why didn't it fling off all the ocean water? Not to mention all the people. Nobody from anywhere has an unedited photo of Earth as a ball floating in the
his kitchen.
Sky, in spite of all the satellites and all the telescopes floating around in space. Ships don't disappear.
Man, he knows like all the flat Earth arguments.
The horizon. They disappear into the
I need to follow this guy if he does flat Earth debunks.
Okay, you asked for it, you got it. Here are my reasons why I doubt we ever landed on the moon. Not saying we...
Oh God, oh no, wait, is he just you say he's a flat Earth debunker, but he just said this!
We didn't land on the moon, I'm just saying here's why I doubt it. The U.S. is the only country in the world to successfully send men to the moon, and we did it 6 times. No other country in the world has ever done it.
Guys, do you want to hear more songs from the QAnon musical real quick? I'll play these again tomorrow for Tinfoil Tuesday, but since you're here now, do you want to hear more songs from the QAnon musical? Mew the Best, thanks for 2 months, says woohoo!
I'm coming with you.
No, you can't. It's too dangerous.
He's my son, too.
I understand that. But someone has to stay here in case he comes home. Someone has to stay here and play the government's sick game of fake funerals and liberal anti-gun bullshit.
Language.
Sorry. Nothing makes me more mad than these fucking false flags.
Oh my gosh, language.
Okay, sorry. False flag, so sad. We ain't buying it, we ain't buying it. False flag, oh, so sad.
I haven't seen this yet.
We ain't buying it.
Oh yeah, this is a musical made by actual QAnon believers. This should not be confused. I believe a couple years ago, some other people made a QAnon musical that was like a joke, that was satire of QAnon. This is not that one. This is recent, and this is done by QAnon believers. Okay? Okay?
Parents cry, but children weep. Performance is worthy of Mount Street. And take that Oscar, you know you won. Don't even think of trying to get my gun. It's a false flag, so sad. We ain't buying it, we ain't buying it. A false flag, oh so sad. We ain't buying it, we ain't buying it. Vegas, Texas, maybe San
Oh, really?
She's a hiding that pee-pee.
Jesus Christ, they're laughing at the deaths of people's children. Oh my fucking god. This is like some kind of dark Paul Verhoeven bit. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. This is some sick ass shit.
It takes 2,000 mules to discover that. If you are worthy and open to see the truth.
That's what they think we are. Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, PA, and Wisconsin. That GPS, it tells us where you've been. Never again.
Give us back the election. No more ballot partisan. We ain't seen thumbs and minds.
We see Trump through 2020 eyes. 1, 2, everybody. 3,000 news. Counting on 300 million fools.
There's something that doesn't quite mesh here, because there's a reason that traditionally conservatism is kind of anathema to the arts. They don't usually go together. It's the same reason a lot of, like, Christian movies are not the most artful things in the world. It just, they don't mesh. The expression of creativity and the expression of, like, things like this, theatricality, tend to go hand in hand with a more open mindset and worldview. Someone who's open to creativity and expression and emotion. So when you actually see people like this trying to express their batshit insane conservative Nazi-ass ideas in this form, it's like the weirdest dissonance. It's the weirdest disconnect between content and form. Content and context are completely at odds with each other. and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Bumble Homestead with 200 bits says, Hannah, I think we might be in the bad timeline. You know, I'm starting to think that too.
What they think we are, 2,000 mules, counting on 300 million fools. That's what they think we are, 2,000 mules, counting on 300 million fools. That's what they think we are, 2,000 mules, counting on.
I didn't watch the entirety of the Texas church version of Hamilton, but I saw plenty of clips, and it was bad. It was very, very bad.
300 million fools.
Is this an audience participation section? Sit the fuck down.
That's what they think we are. Pay the piper. To the cider.
Speaking of Christian media not being good,
Like the babies you killed in the movie for the store. In jail cell for the rest of your nights and more. Woo! 1, 2, 3, 4. 2,000 mules, counting on 300 million fools. That's what they think we are. 2,000 mules, counting on 300 million fools. That's what they think we are. 2,000 mules, counting on 300 million fools. That's what they think we are. 2,000 mules, counting on 300 million fools. That's what they think we are. I'm ready. Take me to Epstein's Island.
What? This is the finale to the to the musical. I played this the other day, but in case you missed it.
To truth and justice for all.
To my boy.
Tyrosine87 with 5 months says, oh man, 5 months.
Brandon, you are so special. We love you so much. And may you replenish the earth and be fruitful and multiply.
Ew.
Hey.
No matter how crazy things seem, it's all part of the plan.
There will come the day when things will go our way. The righteous will seize the day.
When evil will dissipate.
Kids can go and play, safe from pedophilia. Make a world a better place. Join QAnon today. QAnon and on and on. QAnon and on and on. When you know where you belong. QAnon and on and on.
These are posted on Rumble. Here's a link to this video, which you can use to get to the channel. Overthought says, me during this whole bit.
What you do? I'm waiting to die.
And those
This is not satire, no.
laughing when you see us. All we can do is hope and pray that you will rule the day. Let the storm wash you away. You and on and on and on and on. You and on and on and on. You and on and on and on.
I feel really bad for the kid. The adults should be embarrassed for every life choice they've ever made, but this isn't this kid's fault at all. This poor fucking kid.
It's always darkest before the dawn.
Something grooming.
You and on and on and on. You and on and on and on. You and on and on and on. When you know where you belong. You and on and on and on.
I feel like they saw Springtime for Hitler and they were like, what a great idea. average age of this audience could collect Social Security. Chibahawk 420 with 50 bits says, I never thought I'd advocate for auto-tune, but here I am. Look at the audience. Okay. Well, you guys voted for it, so I guess let's do the pizza thing. Let me center this a little better for this particular site since we're, watching it. No, I got that stuck in my head, god damn it. QAnon and on and on, QAnon and on and on. You didn't vote for it? Well, welcome to democracy. Guess you'll have to attempt a coup. Alright, here's the Pizzagate documentary. Check out Boxy. None of what's going to be said in this documentary is true. We're using this to educate about what idiot conspiracy theorists believe.
Pizzagate.
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 A conspiracy theory. Debunked internet conspiracy theory.
A fictitious online conspiracy theory.
We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And
what?
When they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Our government, there's two elements. There's the overt and the covert. I was a member of the overt group. The covert group are involved in assassinations, drugs, kidnapping children, so on and so forth.
The fake story was widely debunked.
They have no evidence for this. It's really crazy stuff.
Why is it that the topic of pedophilia is such a closed conversation? And clearly one of the reasons is because
I'm pretty sure it gets talked about all the time. What are you talking about? Like, I get that, like, children don't hear about it as often, maybe, but, like, adults definitely are aware of it as a problem. There was, like, a hit TV show where the entire premise was Chris Hansen catching pedophiles. Like, people are very aware of the concept that people are out there who are predators towards children. What are you talking about?
You have pedophilia at such high levels of government, at the highest echelons of government.
People need to face this. This could be their little kid. This could be their neighbor's little kid. This could be a relative's little kid. As unpleasant as this is, Americans need to come out and not only face this, but they need to start fighting it.
Marichiology with a link.
What are you going to do tonight? I fancy a pizza.
Pizza. Plastic Mickey. What an interesting choice from that first season of the reboot. From the first episode of the reboot. It's in a rose.
Pizza, pasta, hot dogs, ice cream, murder, pedophilia, Satanism, human trafficking, Washington, Hollywood, Hillary Clinton, ping pong. What?
Did anyone get bingo? I feel like that was a bingo right there. That was a lot of things.
An awfully strange sequence of words. What could these completely unrelated words possibly have in common? Well, they're all associated with something called Pizzagate. Now, in case you haven't heard of Pizzagate, or in case you don't remember it, it was a viral internet sensation centered around the presence of alleged code words in the leaked emails of Hillary.
Alleged is doing so much work there. Who alleged this? Random assholes on the internet alleged this. This wasn't a serious allegation made by anyone other than wackadoos on the internet.
Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, John Podesta. Apparently the words pizza, hot dog, cheese, and pasta appeared an inordinate amount of times in the emails and led people...
They're planning campaign events. They are planning campaign events which require food.
People to speculate that...
By the way, if you're someone who genuinely hasn't heard of the Pizzagate bullshit, you're gonna hear this and you're gonna go, wait, this is what they think was going on? This is what that conspiracy was? Yes, literally, crazy people on the internet looked at emails between Podesta and Hillary Clinton that were like, we need to order ice cream for this campaign event. And then crazy people went, ice cream? They must mean child molestation. That's the conspiracy. The conspiracy is they're like, pizza? You mean rape? That's the whole conspiracy. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, how convenient that everyone but the Republican Party are secret child murdering pedophiles according to QAnon. Hot dogs? You mean child abuse material? Like what is this? It's not even a conspiracy as much as it is just like collective schizophrenia. Like this isn't even, there's not even an A to B to explain why do you think these things are connected? It's just word substitution as a worldview.
They are actually being used as coded messages for pedophilia-related activities, and from this, people concluded that high-ranking politicians...
Why did they conclude this? Why did they determine that that was something that they thought was happening?
Politicians and Hollywood celebrities were involved in a vast satanic child trafficking ring that was centered in a little pizza shop called Comet Ping Pong. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. There's no way this could be true.
Correct. It's not.
How could something this utterly insane
Don't you dare use a single frame of the work of Sam Raimi in vain, sir. How fucking dare you?
Possibly have even a smidge of truth to it? Well, let's just put it this way for starters. Mark Twain once said that truth is stranger than fiction, but it is because fiction is obliged to stick to possibilities and truth isn't. Now,
I'm pretty sure Mark Twain also said it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone that they've been fooled, and I think that's a pretty good applicable phrase to the QAnon Pizzagate crowd.
This quote is absolutely relevant to Pizzagate.
Have they explained why the basement doesn't exist? They got rid of it, I'm telling ya, just like the basement at the Alamo.
Because it's an example of something that does not in any way stick to what's perceived as possible. It doesn't fit with people's general viewpoint of the world.
It also isn't evidenced in any way. You need evidence. Like, it's one thing to say, I know the thing I'm saying is so crazy that it'll change your entire worldview, but in order to do that, I'm open to having my worldview changed. It's changed multiple times in my life because I'm a human being and that's what happens. But the thing is, it's like you think the fact that it's so unbelievable is evidence that it's true. No. You need to evidence it and say, well, here's why it fits into some of the things you understand. Here's evidence that I can do to show you that this thing is true.
Exist beyond what society would consider normal, and because of that, it's immediately dismissed and labeled as preposterous.
No, it's because you don't have evidence, and you're literally going, oh my god, this email says tacos, that must mean there's trafficking happening.
Demonstrates the irony of Mark Twain's statement. He says that fiction has to stick to possibilities, and truth doesn't. But the ironic part is that when something doesn't conform to generally accepted possibilities, even if it turns out to be true, people will think of it as fiction. And this is exactly the case with Pizzagate, as you'll see. Okay, first things first. Whenever you do a search on Pizzagate, there's 3 things you're immediately going to come across. The emails, the Jimmy Comet Instagram, and the collages. These 3 things are almost always hyped up and cited as the premier evidence of the scandal, which is a real shame, because really all they are just hastily strung together assumptions and misinformation. Yeah, that's right, I just said that. Sorry to break your balls, fellow Pizzagaters, but it's true. The code words in the emails, there's no possible way way of definitively knowing that they're used in the context of pedophilia.
There's not even a reason to think that. It's not a thing. People just made it up. It's not even enough to say, like, there just isn't. No, there was no reason to even have that thought go into your head. That's crazy. If you're reading people figuring out what they're going to order to eat at a campaign event and your first thought is they are doing things to children, you are the one with brain worms. What are you doing?
Sure, they might seem like they're used in odd contexts at times, but really, it's nothing more than just speculation, and sometimes not even good speculation at that. Like the one where Tony says to John he'd love to get a pizza for an hour. That's not really unusual. Doesn't mean they're gonna spend a full hour eating pizza. They'll eat for some of the time and then have conversation for the rest. It's what people do. Personally, I think there's only 2 of the emails that I think are noteworthy, but I'm not going to get into them now. Next, you have the Instagram account of Comet Ping Pong owner James Alefantis. Most of the pictures are rather inoffensive pictures of children. There's a couple, though, that people get up in arms about, like this picture. While it doesn't definitively point to child.
Oh my god. If I remember correctly, this picture was during a game at a birthday party or something where it was like, the kids were supposed to eat pizza without their hands as like a thing, as a game or something. I don't remember the specifics, but I remember when this happened. The fact that, again, it's projection. This is an innocent thing where a kid is playing a game at a pizza place for like a party, and they look at this and project a lot of fucked up stuff into it that isn't there. It's crazy.
While trafficking, it is rather unsettling and pretty creepy, as this guy astutely points out. But most of the others are just the product of more baseless speculation. Like with the emails, there are some noteworthy details about the Jimmy Comet page that I'm not going to delve into right now. And finally, we have...
Is that supposed to be an ominous zoom in on the Ninja Turtles shirt? It's because the Ninja Turtles are known for enjoying a pizza pie. That's a thing. That's a thing that they're known for. Oh, no. No. Absolutely not.
Have the other dubious stuff that people pass around like it's Exhibit A. This picture juxtaposes John and Tony Podesta with 2 police sketches from the Madeleine McCann disappearance of 2007, suggesting that the Podestas were responsible. And I'll admit, they do look suspiciously similar, but... British police said that the 2 sketches were of the same guy, not 2 different people. Again, it's really open to interpretation and certainly...
What?
Not definitive proof of anything. And then you got this stupid...
Why do you think they're the same person?
Crap, I'm not even going to say anything about it. So the emails, the Insta, and the collages are nothing more than a bunch of noise. And those 3 things are just about the entire basis of the mainstream media's debunking of Pizzagate. Well, that and pretty much just taking Alefantis' word that he's not a pedophile and trying to make him out as the victim. So in other...
He is. A random crazy internet people decided that his business was all of a sudden the front for trafficking for no reason. He is a victim. Reachology says the author Gore Vidal once asked on stage which U.S. political party was the more moral, and he told the story of when he worked at the cloakroom in the Capitol building, aged 11 in the 1930s, as part of his rich family's setting him up for a future political career. He reckoned the number of Democrats and Republicans getting him to suck them off was about equal. The silence after the story was described was uncomfortable.
In other words, the media didn't...
I hate society. Every day's a nightmare.
Really debunk Pizzagate. They just zeroed in on some trivial details, pointed
if we do another movie stream, can you suggest different trailers and stuff for me to watch? Sure.
out the obvious, and then slapped a fake news sticker on the whole thing. But Pizzagate is absolutely not fake news.
It is.
Just the viral aspects of it are fake. Pizzagate as a whole is so much more than just the emails, the Instagram, and the collages. What this whole thing really is the global sex trafficking of children by the ruling class of society. Businessmen, politicians, entertainers, and financiers. There are more than enough real-world occurrences and patterns.
It's a loud car. Sorry if you heard that.
And showing that this is very much a real thing. And before we get into those, it's important to see where the mainstream media stands on the issue of elite pedophile rings.
They've accused all of these people, from celebrities to politicians, of being a part of a child sex ring that simply does not exist.
What they believe to be global pedophile networks amongst the elites all over the world. So they have no evidence for this. It's really crazy stuff.
Right-wing online community that pushes false conspiracy theories, including that a child sex ring is being run by Hollywood celebrities and Democratic politicians.
In this fringy alternate universe, senior Democrats run a secret child sex trafficking network. In the real world, they do not.
You got all that? So according to all the reputable news outlets, the institutions we normally rely on to tell us the truth, child sex trafficking among the world's elite is just a wild fantasy with no evidence.
The specific version that is told by QAnon and Pizzagate people, yes. We understand that sex trafficking and sex trafficking of minors is absolutely a thing that happens. The Jeffrey Epstein thing is one of the biggest stories of the last, 2 or 3 decades in terms of popular consciousness. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself is basically a bona fide meme at this point. Everyone knows what you mean when you say that. What am I drinking? Coke Zero. So people are aware of it. It's just that the cartoon version that you have in your head that's weirdly partisan isn't true. And the fact that you think it's satanic and demonic isn't true. There are absolutely horrible people in this world who take advantage of people and children and minors, and it's all fucked up and disgusting. I agree. But it's not some partisan satanic ritual. It's various individuals around the world who are shitbags taking advantage of people. It's not some giant worldwide conglomerate ruled by, one group of people that are doing it in the name of Satan?
Supporting its existence. Remember that. So exactly how deep does this issue run amongst the upper echelons of society? Appallingly deep. Let's just say, if you thought Tiger King was the craziest true crime story of our time, think again.
Can we review the bingo card? I don't even know what would be on it at this point.
Now every long list has a beginning, and at the beginning of this list is Dennis Hastert, former Speaker of the House who is convicted of molesting numerous underage boys.
We are aware that pedophiles exist. Many politicians throughout history have been outed as pedophiles, Democrats and Republicans, and independent. That does not prove that there is a giant conspiracy amongst Democrats in order to do it to worship Satan. How do they not understand the difference between individual people being gross shitbags and some large satanic conspiracy? You need intermediaries to connect these two concepts.
Robert Menendez, New Jersey senator who had sex with Dominican child prostitutes. Mike Folger, state senator, arrested for child porn.
Yes, we are aware.
Democrat donor Terry Bean, indicted for having sex with a 15-year-old boy. George Nader, who worked unofficially for the Bush and Clinton administrations, was arrested 3 times between 1985 and 2003 for child porn and child sex abuse, and then again in 2019 for child porn.
Yes! Tens of thousands of people are involved in politics. Many of them statistically are going to be gross fuckers. We know how this works. Does he think this is genuine proof? Is it in his mind, before he learned about this conspiracy, did he think that no politician in history had been convicted of crimes regarding, raping a minor or things along those lines? Is this the first he had heard of it? This is wild to me. It's horrible that this happens, but it's not a surprise.
State Department employee.
Creeps lurk in every walk of life, It's something we're all cognizant of. Radiology with 50 bits says, my mom worked in child protection for almost her entire career, and from what I picked up from her, rich pedophiles operate the same way as poor pedophiles. It's just the rich often have the money to make sure nothing is revealed until after they die, which is just the same for most terrible shit rich people do.
Employee sentenced for child porn. California Deputy Attorney General.
Did I hear that Charlie Kirk's biggest donor is a kid toucher? I did not hear that.
Child porn. Aide to Democrat rep soliciting underage prostitute. Ex-GOP Arizona lawmaker paying boys for sex. Tennessee state rep sexual misconduct with teens. And now over to the Pentagon, which had nearly 5,000 employees using Department of Defense computers to share child porn. The issue was so severe they actually had to come up with a bill to curtail it. And all this is just here in the United States. Over in the UK, we have the issue of the British establishment covering up a VIP pedophile ring in Westminster.
Radiology says, I forgot a period in the blood. Wait, I forgot a period in that block of text. Here, have one now.
In the 1980s, British Member of Parliament Geoffrey Dickens compiled a dossier about a suspected pedophile ring he uncovered that was connected to trading child pornography. It wasn't until the mid-2010s that the dossier's claims were finally investigated, and a recent inquiry found that police and politicians knew about widespread child abuse but turned a blind eye to it.
Again, we are aware of this as well. We've seen this not only within government, but we've seen this within institutions like the Catholic Church or other churches that keep these things undercover. I've told this story before on stream multiple times, but when I was a kid, I went to a fundamentalist Baptist elementary school, and the pastor there, who was quite an old guy, it was an open secret that he had basically... what is the words I even want to use here? He had, through illegal acts, impregnated a 14-year-old student of the school. And the church paid for the family, for the student and the parents to move away. Yeah. So this kind of thing I think everyone knows exists, and it's disgusting, and luckily, as a society, I think we're moving towards more people being open about this and doing things about it, and as a society, I would hope that we're looking at our institutions and looking at the systemic failings of these institutions to deal with problems like this, and hopefully we're pushing for reforms. But again, this has nothing to do with, like, Pizzagate. Pizzagate's the conspiracy that, again, this is operating out of a pizza place in Washington, D.C. Moira Soma says, yes, Kirk's biggest donor assaulted a minor, and what does Kirk say about it? Quote, we are Christians and we believe in forgiveness. Shamelessness is their superpower. I guarantee turned around and immediately continued to call trans people groomers, too. Fucking assholes. Fucking assholes.
Both the Liberal and Conservative parties of Britain knew about the alleged child abuse committed by MPs Peter Morrison and Cyril Smith, but chose to protect them from prosecution. And 2 people were apparently killed in order to protect this pedophile ring, as alleged by John Mann of the Labour Party. Over in Norway, 20 individuals, including politicians, police officers, and lawyers, were arrested for being part of a pedophile ring. Portugal had another pedophile ring consisting of politicians and media personalities. Egypt busted 75 people, including government officials, for human trafficking back in 2018. And need I even mention the Catholic Church, which has spent nearly $4 billion in regards to its whole
So you're aware of this, then?
Child molestation crisis. So as you can see, child abuse amongst the upper class is definitely a rampant issue that's real and documented.
I think child abuse everywhere in every strata of society is an issue. Rich people just get away with it more often. I don't even know if it's that much more often. I've talked about this before, and I don't mean to, like, be a downer, but, like, as someone who dealt with childhood sexual abuse, like, I'm very aware it fucking exists. I think most people are aware it exists, and it pervades society as a whole. And if you think this is a specific rich people issue, look around you. Look around to the people in your life. And if you have children in particular, please keep an eye on them. Because while you're looking at just like Bill Gates and shit and trying to suss out if they're Satanists looking to eat your children, your friends and family, statistically, someone in there might be someone who wants to hurt your kid. Just saying. Hydrate. Sorry, not trying to be a downer. It's a downer topic as a whole. It's just like, come on. Come on now.
But all those people I just mentioned, tip of the iceberg. I didn't just list all the high-level child predators that ever existed. I only listed the ones that have been caught so far. This thing is more pervasive and far-reaching than you could ever imagine.
Rachology says, what Westminster, the name of the political centre of the UK, investigation came up to nothing, and the guy who ran it is potentially going to be investigated for incompetence, basically going after big names without the evidence, which has made it even more difficult for people to come forward with stories of abuse. Ugh.
Plenty of whistleblowers have come.
The Prince Andrew thing's a fucking nightmare, too.
Forth and attested to this, like Peter McKelvey, a former child protection manager, who stated that 20 VIP...
Crackleset says, this is why I think teaching consent and red flags to kids is so critical, so they can tell you directly if something's happening. And that's why sex education for young kids is key, because that's what you teach kids in sex education when they're young is, hey, this is your body. Don't let other people touch it without your consent, and if they do, tell other people about it so something can be done so that can be stopped. But Republicans, I guess, think that if you're trying to teach, you know, children about consent, they think that you're teaching them how to do anal sex or something and not just, hey, let's tell you things to protect you from being abused. It's disgusting. Everything's disgusting.
These were part of an elite...
Looking forward to the Flat Earth documentary at this rate.
...child sex ring, and former United Nations chief Andrew McLeod, who says the UN is turning a blind eye to child rapes being committed by its own peacekeepers. The United Nations is raping children. The facilitation of these child rapes is in part funded by the UK taxpayer. One of the reasons I left the UN is because I call them the second largest harborer of pedophiles behind only the Catholic Church. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the UN is worse.
Moira Soma with 100 bits says, that thing about pedophile ring in Norway includes politicians and police is just made up. Never been such a scandal. They must have just made up that headline. Oh, interesting.
We also have whistleblowers coming from U.S. government and military-industrial complex backgrounds who are speaking out about VI pedophilia.
I think it's huge, and I have been advised by a particular person that the CIA, and they're aware that these things are going on. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, they don't consider it probably part of their mission. And two, that some of the people that are involved in this, the Department of Justice, in my view, under Loretta Lynch, actually suppressed some of these cases.
Who will they blame after the Clintons die? Obama's. I've already seen many of them blame, like, Joe Biden stuff on Obama. They've been like, secretly, this is Obama's third term. So Obama's young enough that he'll be around for some decades for Republicans to blame for things for no reason.
Stopped the NYPD from coming out from Anthony Weiner's life insurance file on his computer, which revealed some disgusting, sounds like alleged pedophilia stuff. Loretta Lynch and the Department of Justice shut the NYPD down. They were going to come out public. So there's been some Department of Justice activity in suppressing some of these things. It is absolutely...
Marcus Drake with 100 bits says, weirdly enough, the UN thing has some teeth. UN peacekeeping as a sexual abuse problem. That doesn't surprise me at all. Basically, every time there's a force that goes into a country that's organized in any way, shape, or form, that kind of shit happens. This is a problem. Anytime you have an institution or group of people with power, people within that group are going to take advantage of that power to abuse people. Pedophilia is an issue in, like, the Catholic Church and government and all sorts of big institutions because it's a human problem. It is a problem with Homo sapiens, clearly. There are people within fucking society that are sick fucks. And we just need to find a way to, like, deal with that. We need to find a way to find these people and make sure that they can't offend. Like, I don't know what the answer is here, but But that's why this is such a problem. And unfortunately, power structures have a tendency to protect themselves even at the expense of those that they hurt, right? The Catholic Church, even those within the Catholic Church that aren't themselves pedophiles, end up protecting pedophiles because they feel if they start actually doing something about the offenders, then it looks bad on the church because it shows, oh my god, we found a pedophile or 1,000 pedophiles or whatever, and that makes people less trustful. Of course, it backfires because then people find out they've been protecting pedophiles, and you go, oh my god, one of the largest institutions in the world has actively helped protect pedophiles. It's a whole fucking thing. J.I. Law says, one guy I watched said his dad refused to get his brother condoms as a teenager because if he has them, if he doesn't have them, he can't use them. He subsequently became a teen dad. Wow. Parents are fucking geniuses. Overthought says, ACAB, all cardinals are bastards. True. Yeah.
Clear to me that this does involve elected officials in Washington, to include congressmen and senators.
There are over 500,000 missing children in the United States. On Halloween, Virginia has 5 times the average of missing children than across the nation.
The vast majority of missing children are taken by family members, most often one of the parents that doesn't have custodial rights. This is something that QAnon people and Pizzagate people will always say, X number of children are missing a year, X number of children go missing. Most of them are found, and most of them are found with a family member. Again, most often a non-custodial parent.
Washington, D.C. is ground zero for pedophilia among the elite.
By the way, this conspiracy...
That's a claim.
...involves pornography, drugs, corruption, involves pedophilia, involves organized child kidnapping rings, the finders out of Washington, D.C., CIA cover, covert operation involved in the international trafficking of children.
So there's definitely people in well-placed positions within major institutions who know this is real and are...
Again, everyone who is paying any attention in the world is aware that pedophiles exist, and that they exist in places of power sometimes and take advantage of that. You could expand that further even to say just that there are corrupt or bad people in society or people who perpetrate harmful acts upon others that use their positions in order to protect themselves from consequences. That's true about pedophiles, that's true about murderers, that's true about money launderers, that's true about thieves, that's true about any negative social activity. Again, I'm not saying it's not a problem, I'm just saying the framing with which they are talking about this issue of, like, pedophiles in places of power is so off the mark in terms of what their diagnosis of the problem is, that it becomes not only ineffectual, but actively harmful to the actual practice of looking at these problems and trying to find solutions. If you look at the problem of people using power and their place in some sort of structural hierarchy to prey on children, and your first thought is, Satan's behind this, you do not belong at the adult table. Go to the kids' table while the adults figure out solutions to real-world problems, because you are chasing literal fucking demons. Like a crazy person.
Speaking out about it. But as with every...
Have I talked about the finders? No, I'm not familiar.
...despicable crime, elite pedophilia and child trafficking also has its victims.
Conspiracy theories has built up around this story, but Richard insists...
Here's my problem with the concept... Hydrate. Of this sort of child trafficking that they are describing, where effectively a group of rich people, wealthy people, whatever, kidnap random children from all around the globe to take them wherever to secret locations in order to be abused by members of this group. There are too many... How do I want to put this? There are too many potential failure points within this system. The more complicated you make a system and the more individuals you add to a system, the more places it can potentially break, right? So if I have an organization with just one person, it's not as easy to break as if it has 3 people and different moving parts, if that makes sense. So if you suddenly have a system that has thousands and thousands of people all operating in secret in order to kidnap thousands and thousands and thousands of children, that's a lot of opportunities to get caught. That's a lot of opportunities for people to all of a sudden get a conscience and tell people. That's a lot of opportunities for people to leave big confessions in their wills that are sent to the New York Times or wherever, you know what I mean? It's not feasible when in reality it's much simpler for people who prey on children to find someone around them in their life and to just do that. It's simpler and it's less likely they're going to get caught. Again, it's terrible. And I know that's a horrifying thought. It's almost, I imagine, to these people, and I know this phrasing is going to be disgusting because this entire topic is disgusting, to them maybe it's more comforting to believe that it's a giant apparatus of people taking other people's children than to imagine the reality of the situation, which is that usually people will prey on people around them. Your uncle is more likely to molest your kid than some random person who just gets them through a conspiratorial network of child traffickers. And that is scary. It's scary to know that everyone in your life, even the closest people to you, have the potential of not only hurting you, but hurting the people you love in the worst ways. But pretending it's not real? That's not helping. That's not helping you. That's not helping anyone. Rachiology says, I personally believe it's more comforting for people to believe the threat is from a grand conspiracy rather than the grim reality of it being from a family member preying on a relative or mother pimping out her kid to her partner and his friends. Yep. You said it. You said it even more concise than I just said it. Beautiful. Moira Soma says, read about a case in Poland that was downright disturbing. 2 minor girls accused the local Catholic priest of rape. Their parents didn't believe them. The teacher who their girls confided in and who told the police was fired. The police did nothing and people in the little town said it was no big deal. He was a priest. I wish the EU would sanction countries like Poland and Hungary. That's gotta be where so much of this comes from, is people just not wanting to accept the reality. The reality is too horrifying, so they don't acknowledge it. I'm not saying that's all of it. People are malicious. I'm just saying some of it must be that. I don't know, though. It's fucked up. It's all sorts of fucked up. We're only 14 minutes into this documentary, by the way. I don't know if we're going to get to the Flat Earth one today. This is taking so...
Some I do.
My name is Annika Lucas. I am a mom. I have pets. And I'm currently the leader of an organization that brings yoga into prisons. I'm also a survivor of child sex trafficking. I was raised in Belgium and sold into a murderous pedophile network right around my 6th birthday. I was used in this network for 5 years and a half. Adult men that were part of this exclusive club.
The documentary is an hour and a half long.
Were there for various reasons, but there was a lot of alcohol, a lot of drugs, and the children were the commodity, the highest, the most valued commodity, and were used for sex mostly. But there were a number of aristocrats that were part of this club who also liked killing children.
My whole life I traveled all over the world and would go to some of the biggest...
Cashel Gladio says, real-life issues are often a frustrating mixture of complicated and mundane. Conspiracy theories tend to be neither. Yeah.
Events to meet clients.
On the outside, her clients were pillars of their communities.
They were in law enforcement, doctors, psychiatrists, judges, politicians, even people who owned sports teams. They were all extremely rich and prominent members of society. I attended many parties for people who had just got elected into office.
But behind closed doors, she says they were sinister and evil human beings.
Sometimes they would bring little boys into the room and they would make me have sex with them. Many of the boys were as young as 5.
Now, you weren't allowed to use the word trafficked, correct? Why is that?
I was made for that, and trafficking is when girls who aren't made for that get kidnapped or sold into it.
Did he tell you how you came to be with him?
My parents had me for him.
That they actually had you on purpose for him?
Yeah.
Do you remember how old you were when you first had sex?
I was used to it by the time I was 2.
This last woman brought up a very important point. Not all sex trafficking victims are kidnapped. Some are born into it. These elite pedophile networks use some of their female captives as breeders to bear them more children, who are then promptly passed around as a commodity. So now you see that high-level child sex rings of the establishment are 100% real and not some insane right-wing fever dream like the mainstream media says it is. Real people have stepped forward to expose it. Real people have suffered and had their lives ruined by it. And this certainly isn't limited to just politics. Oh no, I haven't even touched on Hollywood. In 2013, actor Corey Feldman gave this interview with ABC News telling us about Hollywood's big bad secret.
I can tell you that the #1 problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia. That's the biggest problem for children in this industry.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
Yeah, it's weird. This isn't Pizzagate. It's like you used Pizzagate as a framing device to talk about all sorts of other stuff that isn't Pizzagate.
It's a big secret.
And it's widespread?
Oh yeah. I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded.
In addition to Feldman, we also had actor Elijah Wood come out and say that Hollywood has a huge pedophile problem.
Again, same issue, people in power using a position within a hierarchy to protect themselves from consequences of their actions.
And just a month or two ago, professional heavyweight boxer David Rodriguez posted this video on social media.
I don't think you understand how prevalent these pedophile rings really are in Hollywood and in the sports arenas, in Hollywood, in the political arena. I mean, everywhere, man. It's bad. And it's human trafficking, you know, and sex trafficking is the hottest thing, the biggest commodity right now. And I think once this all comes out to the surface...
This sounds like QAnon shit. This sounds like this guy is just reading shit on the internet that is now being used by a different internet person as proof, because this guy read other stuff he saw on the internet. Citosaurus says, finally taking care of my dishes after 6 months of psyching myself out in intense self-hatred, throwing some of them away, but I've got the rest in some soapy water to soak for a bit. Also actually doing laundry, feeling kind of accomplished. I know it's disgusting and not how an adult behaves, but dishes are just one of those things that F with me. Minor compared to the shit we are watching, but it's a big deal for me. Well, I'm glad you're able to get to it.
Surface. A lot of you are going to be disgusted and
this is priming the mark, getting the viewer riled up to the point of action when they finally present the conspiracy theory. That's something that frustrates me about the Pizzagate and QAnon stuff, too, is that it takes real issues of, like, child sexual abuse and uses them to prime people for bullshit. It's really gross. It's really, really gross.
And feel very dirty for even knowing the information.
He's right.
It's kind of a form of almost, not money laundering, but thought laundering. It's like they'll insert their conspiracy bullshit sandwich in between real issues or real things that have happened to make it seem more palatable, like putting a pill inside of a slice of cheese so your dog will take it.
Really is bad. It's so rampant that there was even a whole documentary made on the subject called An Open Secret. So who do we have on the busted list?
Again, like, I understand what you're saying. There absolutely is a pedophilia problem in Hollywood, but saying there's a whole documentary about it, so it must be true, is also a weird statement to make, just like, on its own. There are documentaries about bullshit, just so you know. Don't assume just because someone made a movie about something it's true. That's terrible advice.
Well, there's Oscar-winning director Roman Polanski, who was charged in 1978 with raping a 13-year-old girl. Then there's Kevin Spacey, who was first accused by actor Anthony Rapp of molesting him when he was 14. Since then, he's been hit with a whopping 15 accusations, some of them also about Spacey raping people when they were...
Again, this is doing the thing. Spacey, a real-life predator, really did these things. Has nothing to do with the conspiracy theory.
underage.
Sorry for laughing, by the way. I don't find this funny. Laughing is what I do when I'm uncomfortable. So please don't think I'm not taking this seriously. I take this seriously. It's what I do to fill space in my head when I feel uncomfortable. So that's where the laughing comes from.
And 3 of his accusers all died within a year. Okay, who else? Bryan Singer of X-Men and Usual Suspects fame has been accused many times over the years of molesting underage boys. Victor Salva, Jeepers Creepers fame, Jeeper Creepered his way into being convicted of child porn and sexually assaulting a 12-year-old. R. Kelly was arrested last July for child sex crimes.
Again, you are naming real pedophiles. I agree. What does this have to do with Pizzagate, which is the ostensive point of this documentary? Like, Pizzagate is the title is about Pizzagate. This has nothing to do with it.
Pornography. Woody Allen, although not convicted, has been accused by his adopted daughter Dylan Farrow of molesting her when she was 7. Accusations that have received renewed interest in the wake of #MeToo. Former Disney Vice President Michael Laney was convicted last year of child sex abuse. I'll be talking about Disney later on. X-Men actor Brian Peck was convicted of molesting a Nickelodeon child star, and yet is...
Yeah. Do you think we should fast forward past them actually just listing actual child sex crimes?
Evidence of satanic practices, child porn, or any other criminal wrongdoing associated with the finders. So at first you have documentation showing that these investigators found evidence of...
Oh my god, is this about that bullshit, is this about the daycare that got investigated but was bullshit?
Child abuse and occult activities occurring at the different finders' properties. And then you have the police departments publicly stating that they found no evidence of such things? What? Do pictures of naked children not count as child pornography? Do pictures of children butchering animals not count as proof of satanic cult rituals?
No. Like, by definition, no. What?
Is the sky not blue? Is water...
It also would depend upon, again, the pictures of the children. I always find pictures of children naked uncomfortable and weird, but parents, like, do take pictures of, like, their kids in the tub or whatever, which I understand in, like, the age of, like, having physical photos that you put, like, in an album, whatever, because it's just at your house. But parents who take photos of their kids like that and then post them on Facebook, don't do that. There are creeps on the internet. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Not wet? Is Stevie Wonder not blind? So in essence, these 2 police departments and the U.S. Customs found incriminating evidence against the finders and then covered it up. Probably at...
No, they didn't.
The behest of an outside entity. Redacted contacts MPD intelligence and advised that all reports regarding the finders are to be classified at the secret level. Most likely that's what happened. Now here's the real juicy part of this story. The CIA has its fingerprints on this finders group, and there is an investigation of this by local and federal law enforcement. The Department of Justice has requested the FBI conduct a preliminary inquiry into allegations made by Redacted concerning child sexual abuse by a group known as the Finders, and what role, if any, was played by the United States intelligence community. Damn! Miami Division at Tallahassee, Florida, through liaison into the Tallahassee, Florida Police Department, review their investigative files concerning the finders, blah blah blah, and determine if any outside agency, notably the U.S. intelligence community, attempted to influence the outcome of their investigation. Now, the Tallahassee police chief did say that there was never any outside agency in the U.S. intelligence community who contacted anyone in his department with an attempt to influence their investigation into the finders. But come on, are we...
No, they specifically said there was nothing going on with the investigation, but, like, I feel like there should be, guys. Come on. Is that what you just did? You literally just said, there's no evidence of anything, but, like, what if there was, man? Fucking asshole.
Are you really supposed to take his word for it? Especially after these same police departments told people that they never found
Also, you can tell it's a very neutral piece because of the neutral music they're using.
evidence of the finders' criminality when they actually did. For all we know, this guy could have been threatened by the CIA to give that exact statement. Besides, there's other law enforcement officials that...
You could say that about anything, couldn't you? Like, oh, you said you liked ice cream. The CIA could have threatened you to say that. Like, I mean, you can say that about anything. You can make claims all day. It doesn't mean anything.
I gladly beg to differ. It is this writer's belief that the Finders organization is and has been utilized by the Central Intelligence Agency as a disinformation service spreading non-essential, non-critical information to various organizations throughout the United States and overseas. And this guy certainly wouldn't be wrong. The founder of the Finders cult, Marion David Petit...
What do you mean this guy certainly wouldn't be wrong? What does that mean? He said in his opinion...
direct connections to the CIA through the fact that his late wife once worked for the agency, and that his son worked for a CIA proprietary firm, Air America, which was hit with allegations of smuggling opium and heroin that were supported by a bunch of people. So yes, there are confirmed...
supported by a bunch of people. Good citation. Checkmate.
Firm ties between the CIA and a satanic cult that was involved in child abuse.
Wow. This is tenuous even by conspiracy standards.
A second to acknowledge the gravity of that.
Bittergrin says, Hannah, blink twice if the CIA is forcing you to make this video.
It was also believed that the Finders were part of a much more organized effort. Subsequently, Redacted has attempted to interest congressional members and the U.S. Customs Service to enhance efforts in investigating claims of organized child abuse. Redacted alleges that the Finders are involved in a well-organized child abuse scheme. And this dude would be right on the money, because a U.S. Customs Special Agent claimed to have found in one of the property searches a substantial amount of computer equipment and documents purportedly containing instructions for obtaining children for unspecified purposes.
What?
And recall the fact that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan...
Was it in a binder said, how to acquire children? How to acquire human children.
Police found documents pertaining to international trafficking of children. But by far, the most incredible revelation of these Finders documents is one that relates to another 80s child abuse scandal, the McMartin preschool case.
Oh my god, the school didn't do anything. This one's famous. Rageology says it's a bit long, but maybe as a cleanse for the end of stream. You forgot the link.
The scandal saw members of the McMartin family, who operated a preschool in California, being charged with numerous acts of sexual abuse of children in their care. There were also allegations of the same children being subjected to satanic rituals, which was said to have occurred.
This was a satanic panic thing, guys. This was one of the things where the therapist basically implanted memories of this shit into children. Yeah.
In secret tunnels beneath the school.
Secret tunnels beneath the school! Why is this a consistent theme in these pedophile conspiracy theories? Are they under the impression that pedophiles are subterranean? Why is it always taking place underground?
They apparently never found evidence of said tunnels, and this...
Wow, crazy, huh?
This is one of the reasons why the case was ultimately dismissed.
One of the reasons, also the no evidence of anything happening there.
However, one of the documents from the recently released Finders files reveals that they actually did find tunnels underneath the preschool. And not only did they find the tunnels, but they found a small white plastic plate with 3 pentagrams hand-drawn upon it. This...
What the fuck? Guys, for serious though, I found this super for real document. It says they found tunnels and there was graffiti that says Satan was here, W-U-Z here.
This is absolutely remarkable because they really did find evidence corroborating the allegations of satanic ritual abuse in secret subterranean tunnels. This document effectively rewrites the entire McMartin preschool case.
Rageology says, when I can find the damn link again.
Where's Anthony been lately?
Oh yeah, I heard about this.
I'm still here. I'm still at LMG. Right now I'm vacationing. I'm visiting family.
I'm not even going to look at the comments. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Never look at the YouTube comments on a coming out video. Never look at the YouTube comments on a coming out video. But I've learned my lesson.
Things have been weird for a little while. Let me explain, and you'll have to forgive me for using a teleprompter here, because I want to get everything right here. It's going to be a lot. See, I try not to push my views too hard on social media. Linus might not see it this way, but I feel that...
This is someone who works with Linus Tech Tips, which I don't watch often, but I'm aware of because it's a pretty big channel. So I've seen her before. Apparently she just came out as trans.
Fundamentally,
this is the video, I think, where she does.
This platform that I have isn't mine. I didn't earn it. I feel like I owe it almost entirely to my association with Linus Media Group, and that's not something I take lightly. This time is different. This time it is about me, and it will affect...
I'm sure the comments at the top are nice, I just don't want to risk it.
Linus Media Group, too. I am transgender. My name is Emily. For over 13 years, I've been in the closet. And I've got memories from as early as 25 years ago, as puberty began. The signs were there all along. After trying to ignore it for so long, I finally started taking hormones a little over a year ago. My intent was to hide it for as long as possible, like maybe even forever if I can get away with it. I don't feel ready yet, but I can't hide forever. As a semi-public figure, I don't have the luxury of doing this quietly like so many people hope to do, so here we are. Everyone at Linus Media Group has been incredibly supportive, and the company is behind me 100%. For that, I couldn't be more grateful. It's just amazing. But even so, I've made the decision to step back from hosting videos, at least until we know how this whole thing is going to go. Though I don't know when I'll actually be comfortable again in front of the camera. I just don't want to put a target on LMG or anyone else close to me, because, well, it's just...
Isn't that so sad that that's even a concern, just for living? We have to, like, be worried about, like... I don't want other people that I know to be attacked because I exist. Ugh. Hydrate.
It's become a political firestorm. Like, look at the response to Chris Tyson when they came out.
Yeah.
That terrifies me. Like, it's just... I don't intend for anything to change or for anyone to treat me differently, though I know many well, for better or worse. And all I've ever truly wanted was a chance to be myself, and I've worn so many masks during my life that I'm still not sure who that is. Persistent depression and anxiety have been with me for as long as I can remember, with precious little relief through medication and therapy. When I felt it start to come back a couple years ago, it was clear what the common thread was, and I had to finally take action. My worries about what might happen if I did suddenly got outweighed by my worries of what might happen if I did not. My past support for trans people might seem self-serving now, so let me be clear. I fully support anyone and everyone as long as they're true to themselves and aren't harming others. And I hope for a world where people don't have to suffer for years or decades even, either not knowing what they're feeling or why, or because they're terrified of what might happen if they open up. I'm at that part of my journey now, and I guess we'll all get to see how it ends for me. I'm going to go back to my vacation now, so I'm going to log out of all my socials until I get back to the office. I'll see you all on the other side.
That was nice. Back to the nightmare.
Around the same time of the Finders investigations and the McMartin trials, another ritualistic child abuse scandal was unfolding over at Presidio military base. As first reported by the New York Times, a whopping 60 children were allegedly abused at Presidio's daycare centers, and almost 100 were examined for physical and psychological signs of sexual abuse. At least 4 children were discovered to have chlamydia. Well, there you have it. Children in this case were found to have an STD. Only way that could happen is if they were molested by a grown-up. As for all the other children, the American Journal of Orthopsychiatry wrote an extensive analysis where they concluded that the severity of the trauma for children at the Presidio was immediately manifest in clear-cut symptoms, including genital soreness, rashes, fear of the dark, so on, so on. All these behavioral symptoms are to be expected in preschool children that have been molested. And Presidio wasn't the only military base where this depravity was occurring. A 16-member Army review team recently inspected the Presidio Center.
I don't know anything about this Army thing.
As part of an investigation of...
I know the preschool one was bullshit. Don't know about this one.
Almost 300 child care centers run by the Army. Allegations of sexual abuse had surfaced at more than 10% of these centers since 1984. Among them were the centers at Fort Dix in New Jersey and the United States Military Academy at West Point. As first reported by San Jose Mercury News, in July 1984, a 3-year-old girl was brought to the emergency room at West Point Hospital. The child told the doctor who examined...
Oh, I don't even want to listen to this part. Jesus Christ.
Face that every step that should have been taken was taken. But he later confessed that he never even contacted Euless Washington. And here's the kicker. Wadman would later be identified as a...
Would chat be mad if I called an audible and we said that's enough for the Pizzagate documentary and did the Flat Earth one? Because this has been an hour and a half of listening to fucking pedophile bullshit, and it's been awful. Okay, we're gonna go to the Flat Earth one, because this is just so fucking depressing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, let's do the Flat Earth one. So, I don't know if you guys remember, oh, I gotta adjust the screen. One sec. This should at least be fun. We did watch the 5 minutes that actually had anything to do with Pizzagate. So. You regret your vote? Fair enough. Okay, so, I don't know if you guys remember the documentaries Level and The Next Level. This is the third in the trilogy. This one is called Level With Me. This is a brand new Flat Earth documentary. It's a little over an hour long, and it includes many prominent Flat Earthers. So, check it out. Rageology says, downward bias!
Okay, level with me here. There's this idea that we live on a ball and it's spinning and traveling through space at unfathomable speeds, yet you can't measure it, you can't repeat it or observe it.
You can measure it. Bob Nodell, famous flat earther who died somewhat recently, measured the Earth's rotation with his ring laser gyroscope that he spent $20,000 on. He just decided to ignore those results because it proved the Earth was round.
At this point, it becomes...
He's dead now, so I guess it doesn't matter. He's dead and the Earth is still round. At the end of the day, none of it matters.
What do you...
Yeah, Bob died recently. I don't remember. He might have had a heart attack or something. I don't know.
What are you holding on to? Do you care what other people think? Are you just worried what your friends and family are going to say? Is it your satellites? Is it your aliens? There are no satellites in the vacuum of space.
There are satellites in space, and space is a vacuum.
Satellites are satelloons.
Nice metal roof.
You're aliens. Let's say you're an outer space alien fanatic. What if I told you you can have your aliens too?
What if I told you you could have your aliens too? Are you shopping for worldviews? What is happening? Elminato says he's spinning in his grave along with our rotating planet.
That they come from outer space, not upper space, but outer space. They are extraterrestrials. Terrestrial meaning terrain, meaning land.
Yes, other planets would be extra land as well. Again, we're doing the etymology thing.
So what is it?
Etymology isn't magic. Literally defining words doesn't change what the thing is.
What's stopping you? You've never seen curvature with your own eyes. You never felt
I have.
The Earth spinning. You've never been able to observe and measure these claims. So at this point, it becomes a religion.
What do you think a religion is?
Do you want to become free? What if there's thousands upon thousands of other continents? What if...
That sounds lame. I don't want to learn a bunch of other names of continents, so I'm good here.
There is an actual...
We already have more continents than we use, so do we need more?
Creator. This place was designed for a purpose. This isn't an accident. Would your life change?
I always find it funny that flat earthers, when they imagine, and they'll go into this probably in this documentary, the ones who think like we're a disc and then outside of the ice wall is more land and more land and more land. Not only do they think we live on a flat earth, but in their conception of the flat earth, we're the center? Why are we the center? Couldn't we just be randomly one of the other rings? Why are we the center one? That's weird.
We're all supposed to live in abundance. We're all supposed to be here for a purpose and learn and love and live. Being on a ball from an accident of a Big Bang, evolved from monkeys, that's no way to live. That's not...
Factual scientific reality is no way to live. Come and be in my delusion with me in my 4x4 truck.
No way to perceive life. You're an accident. You have no purpose.
If you want to be nihilistic, that's your whatever. I don't care. But to act as though that's the default and only way to live your life because of the reality of our relative insignificance within it, that's your business. You don't have to be nihilistic just because, you know, there's no ultimate magical being telling you what your meaning is. You just have to find your own meaning. I sound like a fortune cookie. I know it sounds like a platitude, but it's real. Like, you gotta find your own reason to get up in the morning. Like, that's life. I don't know.
What's stopping you? Look out here. There's no curvature. 120,000 feet, 30,000 feet, it's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, 30,000 feet is still really close to the Earth. I don't know if you know this. The Earth is very big.
Where's the curve?
Maps and Mimics said, by this guy's understanding, extraordinary means extraordinary. Flurfs are idiots.
It's time to pay attention. It's time to wake up. It's time to become free.
They got a drone for this one, though. This shot is telling me they bought a drone. Nice. Nice drone shot. It's 2023. We aren't impressed by your drone shots anymore.
8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
On January 28, 1986, CNN watched the Challenger launch live on the air with its viewers. They and the other media outlets told you that the astronauts died in the explosion.
Oh, we're going here. I hate this. I hate when they do this one. Don't do this. This is dead people. This is people who died.
As always, there is an agenda behind every mainstream headline.
This morning, it looked as though they were not going to be able to get off.
1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
Looks like a couple of the solid rocket boosters blew away from the side of the shuttle in an explosion.
Flight controllers here looking very carefully at the situation. Obviously a major malfunction. We have a report from the flight dynamics officer that the vehicle has exploded.
Today is a day for mourning and remembering. Nancy and I are...
Boo!
pain to the
You're
core
allowed
of
to
the
boo as anytime Ronald Reagan is in your field of vision, you're allowed to boo.
tragedy of the shuttle
That's the law.
Challenger.
What's the goal of this documentary? Is it just flurf arguments or some attempts to outline how the government hides the truth about the shape of the earth? All of the above. It's general flat earth stuff. And it seems like they're also doing a Challenger is a hoax thing here.
We know we share this pain with all of the people of our country. This is truly a national loss.
The 7 NASA astronauts supposedly killed in the 1986 Challenger disaster did not die in the explosion.
It's so... I hate when they do this. Look it. They're trying to make it look like they're news. You're not news. You're not news.
And are quietly living out their lives in the US, with many of them hiding in plain sight.
No, they're not. This is shitty too. Not only are they insulting these people and their loved ones who have lived on after them by pretending that they didn't actually die, but they have found people that sometimes look similar to these people. Sometimes they just share the same name, and they harass them because they think they're these people who died. It's psychotic.
Using their same names and working at high levels.
No, they aren't. These are the people that they harass.
In the same fields they worked in before the disaster, according to explosive...
One of them is the brother of one of the people who died, by the way. Gee, why do they look alike? I can't imagine why.
Evidence uncovered by investigators.
We've located 6 out of 7 of them. In the world of deception, it's really easy to say this person is that person, and there's a lot of that.
This guy sucks ass. This guy sucks. He has a channel. We've watched it a couple times, but he's just an ass.
Going on, muddying the waters. But 6 out of 7 have identical names. They work for you.
Wow, people have the same names as other people? That's fucking crazy.
Universities, most of them.
There were no people in the Challenger. That was a hoax. That's been proven.
No, it hasn't. You're an asshole.
Conclusively.
Sorry, this isn't going to be the most analytical part of the video for me. I just fucking hate when people do this. Like, this is the same reason I don't really cover 9/11 or, like, the Holocaust. I don't like to cover tragedies when people really fucking died. Like, I don't like to do that generally. It's not fun. It just makes me mad.
By researchers and reporters, investigators, who have found that those supposed people that were in the Challenger are still alive today.
We remember Dick Scobie, the commander who spoke the last words we heard from the Space Shuttle Challenger. We remember Michael Smith. We remember Judith Resnick. We remember Krista McAuliffe. We remember Ellison Onizuka. We remember Ronald McNair.
People still think the Challenger exploded with these astronauts. It was a horrible thing. Never.
It did. And it was.
Happened. Yes, the rocket exploded. There was no one on board.
So imagine you're at the launch of the Challenger. This is a historic moment, and it blows up in midair. Whether you are personally related to somebody on there or don't know anybody, you're going to be a mess. This is an emotional, incredible scene.
Is he going to say because they're not all openly weeping? Then does he know how human behavior works? They don't know they just watched a bunch of people die for sure. They don't know what's happening. Obviously something bad happened, but people don't just, like, openly weep. You can even look at, and again, I don't mean to do 9/11 out of nowhere here, but you can look at, like, even footage of 9/11. People aren't necessarily openly weeping. They're shocked. They're in shock, but they're not like, oh my God, there's so many people. Usually their first reaction to something like this is like shock. They don't immediately cry. They're processing it, and they're like, it frustrates me. This is a similar kind of argument that gets used by people like Alex Jones when they're trying to argue that, like, mass shooting events like Sandy Hook, which he, of course, lost a suit about somewhat recently for like $1 billion. They'll be like, oh, at these scenes of the mass shootings, the parents aren't crying. It's like, yeah, they're in shock. Have you never had anything happen to you before or in front of you? You don't just immediately weep about things. Generally, some people do. But, like, shock is a more common immediate response. Tears tend to come later in a mourning and grieving period once you have processed the shock. Your body typically, if something like this happens, will go into kind of a fight or flight, which is what the shock is. It's you trying to figure out what you're doing, right? Fight, flight, or freeze.
And CNN was
it just annoys me. This annoys me a lot.
Reporting, and they told the cameraman, let's get a live shot of Krista's parents, and when they zoomed in on them, they
look very stressed out, like, oh my god, what just happened? Did my daughter just die? Like, look at the mom! Red Werewolf says, when I was a tiny child, my first reaction to the Oklahoma City bombing was, whoa, cool, because I had watched TV specials on building demolitions recently. Oops. Yeah, kids react weird to things.
They were giggling, they were laughing, they were smiling. I don't know how you can put a smile on someone's face, even if you told them...
They didn't know for sure that... This was unprecedented at the time. You gotta understand that... And I wasn't even alive for this, but I know that, like, the previous... Prior to the Challenger, like, the biggest space disaster that was widely known was, like, Apollo 1, right? Like, it had been decades since any sort of major aeronautical disaster. This just was not something that people were, like, expecting. I don't think that they knew what was going on here yet. They didn't know that they were dead. That's for sure.
The funniest joke in the world at that very moment. Just look at their face. Is that the face of somebody whose daughter just blew up in the...
They don't necessarily know that, sir.
Most horrific, violent accident ever? Or is that somebody playing a role, not knowing that they're on...
The Russians, yes, may have had some explosions, but Americans, I don't think were as... Even if they were aware of them, they wouldn't have had it in their mind as in any way related to this.
Camera and thinking about the money that they may have gotten.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You can hide somebody that's allegedly dead right in plain sight. All you have to do is move them a little farther away, give them a different job, claim that they're somebody else. You don't even need to change their name.
So statistically speaking...
Why wouldn't they change their name? That doesn't make any sense. Even witness protection changes people's names.
The odds that almost everyone on the Challenger have exact lookalikes with exact names still existing is kind of laughable, honestly. Exact doppelgangers existing in...
They are not exact in any way, shape, or form. Holy shit, you guys suck.
...in the world with the same names. And
Bittergrin says, wow, these guys are super horrible. Yep.
When confronted, they get very nervous and their stories begin to...
Yeah, they're nervous because psychos walk up to them at their house and go, hey, are you a dead person that's not really dead? Why don't you tell me the truth?
Conflict, and they have the same mannerisms.
The same mannerisms? Do you know the person? You didn't know the people in the fucking 80s. What are you talking about?
You know, it doesn't take a lot to put it together, honestly.
Let's start with former NASA astronaut Michael J. Smith, with the same name as this retired professor from the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Are you Michael Smith?
Oh, look. Look, it's a video of one of these people doing this, going on to this random man's personal property at his fucking house and harassing him, pretending thinking he's a dead man who's not dead.
Professor at university. Retired? Yeah.
Let this man enjoy his retirement. Don't fucking do this.
Yeah.
Michael Smith, again, that's like the most generic name. That's so similar to, like, for reference, the Doctor from Doctor Who fame, if he uses a nom de guerre, sometimes it'll go by John Smith. The joke being John Smith is basically, in English, the most generic name you could possibly have. This is very similar. Michael Smith. Do you know how many Michael Smiths there probably are in the world? A lot. It's in the tens of thousands, I would imagine.
Yeah, I just stopped by because there's this room. Are you aware of that? There's a rumor on the internet.
It's not me.
That people are saying.
Yeah, it's not me, obviously. I mean, anybody that looks at my background, looks where I was born, it's not me. I mean, it's interesting that the Michael J. Smith that was the astronaut looks something like me when we were younger, but really not if you really look at facial recognition.
You never been a pilot, never been in the military?
Nothing like that.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
And
I
I don't respond to the emails I get. I get probably an email, maybe 2 a month.
Really?
Yeah, and I got one
Yeah.
guy that's been really hounding me, and I
Gee, I wonder if it's the crazy person in front of you with a camera.
turned it over to the FBI.
Okay. Yeah, you just sure look alike. It's the same
I
name.
know the facial thing, but that's what we looked like. What? 40 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Michael J. Smith.
The fact that he went under that guy, I know that there are a lot of people that over freak out on people getting on their property or whatever. But if I literally had conspiracy theory people showing up at my house, I would legit be like, this is America. I'm buying a gun. Don't you dare come back on my fucking property. Like, conspiracy people are scary. Conspiracy people are scary, unhinged people. They're the last people in the world that you want coming after you because they're genuinely unhinged and disconnected from reality, so you don't know what they're gonna do.
Identical looks, dimples the same, teeth the same. There's really no denying it. And
they do not have the same teeth. What are you talking about? You could literally see that the guy on the left's teeth, the ones in the front, kind of cross over a little bit, and the one on the right doesn't. What are you talking about? The way that their, like, cheeks go up is different. I feel like I'm taking fucking crazy pills.
And before he could finish the question, Michael denied it. Oh, that's not me, and laughed off. What's he gonna say? Oh, you got me?
No, because he's not him. Stop harassing this old man.
Not gonna happen.
The driveway footage of Michael J. Smith, that's real. I mean, that can't be a deep fake, so at some point you got to stop trusting liars.
We don't hide our space program. We don't keep secrets and cover things up. We do it all up front and in public.
Next is former NASA astronaut Judith Resnick with an exact doppelganger working at Yale.
Exact doppelganger. It's like they think they can just say that. And they're not wrong. They'll just say that, and then other conspiracy theorists will repeat it. They said they're an exact doppelganger, so they're exact doppelgangers, then they'll just ignore any differences. It's just, if they just convince themselves. Drives me nuts.
University.
You keep thinking they're gonna say Michael J. Fox?
7 years have passed and she hasn't even changed her name. Side by side, there's no denying it. When she's approached, she has a very odd way of not responding.
Maybe she doesn't want to be fucking harassed. This is so many videos of just people being harassed.
Hey, Judy? How you doing? I'm from the press. I just had a quick question.
Fuck off.
What press? From a radio station in San Bernardino. I know there's a conspiracy about the space shuttle. No, I want to be polite. Friendly. Just a question. So
you are a creep.
There's a lot of rumors about you being on that space shuttle. Obviously, if you want to comment, we would really appreciate it.
It would make no sense to not change their names if this was, like, I don't understand conspiracy theorists. I really don't. I'd like to think I do because I do this show, but their thought processes are so stupid and so bereft of any basic common sense. I genuinely wonder how many times she's been harassed about this shit. Look at these two people. Oh, you can't. Hold on. I'll move the chat box so you can see a little better. I get it. They're both brunette. They have some, similarities, but they are not the same person. Stop harassing this poor fucking woman. Oh my god. They're both women. Conspiracy confirmed. It's me. I was her all along.
Odd that Judith is in full panic mode when realizing the press is in her presence.
First of all, you're not the press. Second of all, she's panicked because you're not the press. You're a fucking crazy person. You are crazy. People are afraid of you because you come off as crazy people because you're crazy. Radiology says, if their conclusion is, of course they deny it, then why even ask, right?
She's no stranger to being in the spotlight. She even made her way into Hollywood for a quick cameo.
If the choice is to allow Americans to be taken as hostages or to be executed, I'll bring my own fucking rope. Saddam backed down, and Ambassador Wilson helped thousands get safely home. When he himself came home to the United States, he was warmly greeted by our president, who took him to the Oval Office and introduced him to the War Cabinet as an American hero.
Commander Dick Scobie had a company.
Radiology says if their conclusion is, of course they did. Oh, duh! I just read that.
Cows and Trees, and when you went to his website, there was an animation of a cow taking off like a rocket with a smoke stream coming out of its backside, doing a twisty curl in the air that looked remarkably just like what we saw with the Challenger.
Are you fucking kidding me?
And after we started making videos on that and it started going viral, that website disappeared, never to be seen again.
And nobody could have predicted back in 1986 that in 30 some odd years from then that there would be something called the internet that would bring all this information to the tip of your fingers, and you'd be able to search through pictures, Facebooks, websites, profiles.
Why would they have Facebooks if they were in a secret conspiracy where their identity needed to be hidden? Don't you think the government would have called them up sometime in the 90s or the early 2000s? Hey, don't make a MySpace page, remember? You're part of a government conspiracy, and we forgot to change your names. They didn't even set their Facebook to private. That's how much they didn't give a fuck.
Files.
Come on!
Now these people are scared. They're hiding their profiles. They're deleting their web.
They had an idea of the internet in the 80s. When did War Games come out? War Games movie. War Games came out in 1983.
Websites. They're making their Facebooks private.
Onizuka and McNair are always together. They're hanging out at NASA and always talking about themselves.
Ellison Onizuka. If you look at clips of him back in 1986 when this happened.
War Games is a great movie. That is a good movie. That's like a top 10 80s movie.
He actually spoke like...
Also, maybe Matthew Broderick's best movie? Hold on, let me think. Election's pretty good. Don't hate me for not being the biggest Ferris Bueller fan in the world. It's fine, but like it's not my favorite.
Every other word was
Let me say that it's really a pleasure to be back.
If you look at clips of his brother Claude now speaking, it's the same exact thing. Every other word is
In the witness protection program, they will typically change your last name. They don't necessarily change your first name. In fact, sometimes in the witness protection program, they will tell you specifically you should keep your first name, so if someone recognizes you and they refer to you by your first name, it's the same, so it's not a problem. But they will change your last name. Absolutely, they will change your middle and last name.
But
I don't hate the producers. I know that the movie version is considered not so great, but I like the movie version of the producers.
Allison's dream is continued to be carried on. I think we got some. We're very fortunate that I think we're ready to go fly. Thanks for being out here today.
His brother just so happens to be the spokesperson for the Challenger tragedy. Why aren't there any pictures of his brother back when this happened? Why didn't his brother speak at the funeral?
I just want to fucking pull my hair out. Are you kidding me?
Use your head.
Like, they wanted to hide him. They wanted to hide him, but also they made him the spokesperson for the disaster that you think he was a part of. This just feels so racist. This just feels like a bunch of people not being able to recognize brothers apart because they both happen to be Asian. This just feels racist, if I'm being honest.
Former Governor Ariyoshi, who has a story about a picture that survived the Challenger disaster.
Ellison Onizuka came to see me one day, and he wanted a family photo. And he wanted to take it up on a Challenger. and he's going to bring it back, inscribe it, and autograph it. But that Challenger accident happened, and I felt very sorry to lose Elson. But I didn't even think about the photo. I thought everything else must have been destroyed completely. About 2 months later, Lorna Onizuka called me and told me that they found in the water, NASA found the personal preference kit of Elton Onizuka. And she said there were 2 things in there. One was a monk's prayer, and the other was his family portrait. So I told her, oh, then it must be in terrible condition because the astronauts, the big bang up and the ocean in the water for 2 months. She told me, no, it's in perfect condition. I said, I'm going to bring the picture over to you and present it to you.
Like, that's great that they recovered that picture and it somehow survived. That's awesome.
And then in the meantime, NASA got the picture.
Yeah, it looks like he's in the picture with his brother, so I'm not sure what the point of this is. Are we supposed to look at this and go, there's no way that photo would survive? It's a whole-ass shit rocket. It's a rocket that they were, like, in a capsule on. It's entirely possible that parts of things within the capsule survived and were not, like, waterlogged.
And they put this together for us.
Ronald McNair.
It was probably in a compartment in a bag somewhere.
McNair conveniently has a twin brother named Carl McNair who looks exactly like him. And
are they actually twin brothers? If so, that would be why they look alike, if they're identical twin brothers.
And is at a lot of the events now, but was nowhere to be found when the explosion happened.
Krista McAuliffe was a fairly new teacher, just 3 years at that school. To get her
3 years is that's relatively recent for like a 30-year teaching career, but like it's not like she got there a year ago or a month ago. 3 years? I'm aware that they fucking survived until they hit the... I know.
Story planted. All of these people, the parents, the astronauts, everyone involved that you saw, a crisis actor.
As he was at the Cape in the stands to see Tuesday's launch.
I think if you unironically use the term crisis actor, you shouldn't be... I was going to say shouldn't be allowed to vote, but I don't even want to make a joke about people not being allowed to vote. I want everyone to be allowed to vote, but like, fuck you. Fuck you so hard.
A sight that she says still haunts her.
Why didn't I leave too? But I thought, no, I want to stay and see it.
And as she read Mike's invitation for the launch, Miss Hesse said that she doesn't know if she'll be emotionally ready for a service like that in his hometown.
Since I won't be able to see you all in person, let me say thanks for coming and have a great time. And I hope you see a good show.
George Bush Sr. hand-selected the teacher, Krista McAuliffe. What are the odds that 30 years later, there is a professor at Syracuse University with the name Sharon McAuliffe?
These things are non sequiturs. The fact that people share similar names isn't some, like, what? So there happens to be another woman who is a teacher in a college, which is a different thing than a high school teacher or an elementary school teacher. They require different levels of education. And they have similar names in the entire country. This is the best you could do. What?
I still can't believe that I'm going to actually be going into that shuttle. It just really doesn't seem possible.
Krista McAuliffe was asked if she had any fears about her space shuttle flight.
People really feel that space travel is safe now. It's not that earlier feeling that, oh, it's going to blow up or something's going to happen. Right at this point, I feel that I'll be okay if I go up.
Well, where's Jarvis? How come you haven't located him? And the answer is, he could have died of natural causes, a heart attack, a car accident.
They can't even find someone. They stretch so hard to match some of these other people, and they couldn't even do it for one of them. Oh my god. These people suck ass.
4 or 5 years later, and it would never be reported.
The reason they did it was a psychological operation to justify not doing manned space flights anymore and to point.
But we did and do? We did and we do. I understand that the shuttle program eventually wound down, but we still have astronauts at the ISS and have for decades. What? And we're currently ramping up more space missions with the Artemis program. What?
On your heartstrings with an emotional cover, so if you dare question it, then you know you're immoral.
Like, do they think people stopped going to space after Discovery?
And then when you look into it, you find out, of course, that you have all these people still existing in the world. So basically a government version of witness protection for NASA.
Our nation held a vigil by our television sets. In one cruel moment, our exhilaration turned to horror. We waited and watched.
They were waiting and watching.
When they saw the explosion, there was confusion. Was something wrong? The principal and teachers weren't certain either.
I'm sorry, Challenger. I apologize. I said Discovery, sorry.
Then it got very quiet as the horror...
On Tallman says there's an amazing new book about all of these astronauts, where they came from and how they came to NASA. It's powerful and emotional and full of first-hand accounts. Fuck these conspiracists. So disrespectful. The book is called The New Guys. Okay.
of it began to register.
Besides the trauma-based mind control and putting children through that trauma, and also it reinforces their model.
They were originally going to send Big Bird up, so probably best that that didn't happen.
Reinforces their religion. Look, all this terrible thing happened. We're trying to go to space. We're trying to explore for science. But oh, look, all those people died.
But at 1 o'clock, school was closed. It had to close.
I felt as if my whole body blew up inside when I saw that. And I can just never be as shocked as I am now.
Seeing it with my own eyes, it really just scared me.
Some astronauts blow up in a rocket. What does that do subconsciously to the average person? They don't want to go up into space. They don't want to blow up in a rocket.
That doesn't even make sense, because, like, I wasn't even alive for that, right? I have no psychological trauma in regard to, like, going to space. Space seems cool. I understand that there are, like, high risks involved, but I still hope that humans continue to try and do space things. And I think pretty much everyone else has the same view. We haven't stopped going to space. Like, there are more people in space concurrently today than there were in the 80s, because not only is there the ISS, but China has their own space station now. So there's more space stuff going on today than ever, and that trend will probably continue as long as humans continue to exist in a society that can build rockets.
Leave that to the professionals.
Is it even taught in schools? I learned about it. I don't think it was dwelled upon a lot. Who's Your Friend says Elon seems determined to blow up people in space. Yeah.
Leave that to NASA or government.
But once they had seen the evidence on the visual screen that there would be no survivors, it suddenly became apparent to them that they were dealing with death.
The government had incentivized the different public schools to play the Challenger in their classrooms. So they rolled their TV sets out, they had all the children sit down and get ready to watch it, and 20% of the American public watched the Challenger event happen live.
Like, it's just weird. Like, for instance, I was in school, the closest equivalent I can think of is 9/11. I was in elementary school during 9/11. 9/11 didn't make me not want to fly in airplanes or be in tall buildings as an adult. Wouldn't that be an equivalent? It's not how I feel. It didn't traumatize me away from doing either of those things. And it doesn't seem to have done so for most other people either, so kind of a stupid plan.
And within 1 hour, 80% of Americans had seen the Challenger tragedy happen. So just like with 9/11, they had...
Wasn't I in school for the Columbia disaster? When did that happen? ...2003. I must have been in school for this, but I don't remember this one. I was also, like I said, in a fundamentalist Baptist school, though. So I don't know if we even talked about space stuff. Science was not a big focus of my education in elementary school.
Have everyone see this traumatic event, and then we're all in unison that we're traumatized.
When it blew up, it was a form of trauma-based mind control that, you know, some people will never grow out of, and then the emotions kick in and you're unable to think logically about what's going on.
Of course this was planned. They made every school show this event live. They wanted...
Radiology with 50 bits says 9/11 did inspire Femboy 9/11, which is a trauma reaction of some sort and still haunts me to this day. True.
These kids to grow up defending this tragedy.
Think about how many field trips come here, unfortunately. Yeah. And they go in and watch that Heroes and Legends thing, and they come out thinking that this is the greatest possible hero that they could ever be. And that's just, they're actors. And we're built.
They're not. Again, I'm not telling you have to have any particular emotional feelings about astronauts or space travel or anything. And a lot of space travel stuff in the United States is unfortunately wrapped in this weird patriotism because of its association with the Cold War and the space race. So a lot of it has this veneer of, like, America's the greatest country in the world because we went to the moon type bullshit. But space is still cool. Like, there's nothing wrong. I, in fact, think kids having heroes and scientists and stuff is a great thing. H-Baird said, I had to fly a few weeks after 9/11. This was before the TSA, so they had the National Guard in airports. The food court was very well defended.
Building them up higher than your father, police, military, all these people that are actual heroes.
What does this have to do with Flat Earth? I don't know. This is supposed to be a Flat Earth documentary. I'm assuming they're just like, well, if NASA lied about this one thing, then clearly they lied about the shape of the Earth. It's a non sequitur.
These are actors working for a government agency, so.
Next.
Hello. Hi. I'm going to get one of these signed if that's all right.
Please.
My name is Justin.
Justin?
Yes.
I-N?
Yes, with an I-N.
Where are you from, Justin?
Orlando.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're not far. Picture?
Not too far. No, I'm okay on a picture,
God,
thank
he's
you.
harassing a fucking NASA person. I hate it.
I do have a question, though. Sure. Sometimes when we're watching the ISS footage, you'll see the astronauts sometimes connected to, like, wires and harnesses. Is that to keep them, like, in the frame during the broadcast, or what's the reason for that?
I haven't actually. You mean while they're inside the shuttle?
Yeah, like when they're inside the ISS, sometimes during the feeds, the broadcast, you'll see kind of...
Yes.
Can we skip? Do you want me to skip the cringy part of him talking to this lady? I understand some people have severe cringe aversion.
Pulling on their belts or something like that.
I bet that is.
I don't even think she understands what he's asking because he's not asking it in any sort of clear way.
I bet that is. I have not personally
seen the flip before, and it almost.
But they may have.
Do you have any comment on that?
Awkward laugh. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, here's a question. Why? Why are they convinced the space shuttle launch never happened? Why would people act to keep Flat Earth a secret? I know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. They think it's to, like, hide God from us or something.
Neutral buoyancy.
Which, again, if that was, like, what they were doing, they're doing a bad job. Most people are religious.
In here on Earth, remove the wall.
Complete hoax.
Oh, okay, here.
Okay.
Do you have any comment on that?
Well, we train underwater.
Oh, okay, but only training?
Only training.
Okay.
Most of the public have no idea that the ISS is located in an underwater neutral buoyancy lab in Houston, Texas. The space station footage that they trick us with is not traveling at 17,500 miles per hour above your head. It's all being filmed here on Earth. An exact ISS replica underwater. Coincidence?
It's not a coincidence. They're using it to train them because it's the closest thing they can do to no gravity or microgravity on Earth. It's not a coincidence. It's literally part of the training.
It's a pretty simple process. Film your footage underwater, remove the water layer, add in...
Except, no, that's not how they do it. Because they're in space!
Your CGI Earth layer.
I like that they're attempting to show that it's possible, but the example they're showing looks super fake and bad and doesn't have parallax. Because, again, they're in space and not on a green screen. Ineffable effort. Thanks for gifting a sub.
And cast your spell.
But I don't know, like, why would they ever show the pool if it was a secret? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, they're doing the thing. So they'll point to ice crystals and other things on the ISS that come off like this, and they'll be like, they're bubbles, they're underwater. First of all, do you think they wouldn't digitally remove bubbles if they were already digitally changing the entire background? And secondly, they don't move anything like bubbles move. Bubbles always seek the quickest, path to the surface because of buoyancy? These do not behave that way.
One, two, three, bubbles in space.
The International Space Station, that's a complete fraud. It's a complete hoax. I don't believe that all these
Okay, I don't mean to be disrespectful to people from the South, because I know there's many of you. But if you're making a documentary and you want to sound legit, guy with Southern accent, not the way to go.
Astronauts are living up there and doing all this. Every single time that they do some...
Jesus Christ, his eyes are red. Did he just take a sick-ass bong rip? Look at how red his eyes are.
Type of...
Oh, is he a UFC fighter? Too many blows to the head.
Live demonstration, you can see some type of faulty wiring, some type of glitch. They're literally being held up by strings.
They're not. They're in space.
Green screens, wires, CGI, augmented reality, all sorts of issues. Think about this. They always have the women with long flowing hair.
Women statistically tend to have longer hair than men.
That would never be allowed.
Why? It's not a lathe. It's a space station.
They literally spray hairspray.
No, they don't. Why are you laughing? You're laughing at a thing you literally just made up. That's not how hairspray works. Tell me you've never had long hair without telling me you've never had long hair. H-Baird says, I put a sheet of metal in a fish tank and it sank, therefore metal ships are fake.
And their hair.
Genuinely, it's hilarious to me because I would imagine me and every other person in chat with long hair, men and women, are both hearing them say this and go, what? This isn't how long hair works. Literally just talk to someone with long hair.
To make it look like their hair is floating in zero gravity.
That's not even that long of hair.
The International Space Station, brought to you by the same guys who faked 6 moon missions. Yeah, I believe that.
They didn't fake the moon missions. Again, I'm not a patriotic person in the traditional sense, right? I'm not a rah-rah America person. If it came out tomorrow that the United States had faked the moon landings for propaganda reasons, that would be fascinating to me. I would love to learn about that if it was true. But it's not true. We actually did go to the moon a bunch of times, which is interesting. It is what it is. Feel however you want about it, but it's true. We went to the fucking moon. Cloud Wizard says you can do it with glue. I'm not gonna stick glue in my hair. Sticky things in my hair, probably not the way to go. Rageology says, yes, what you need is an English accent for knowledge and authority, because if there's one thing the internet has proven is that the UK's reputation for smarts is well-deserved. Worked for Sargon for many years. People thought he was smart, and that was 90% his accent. Citosaurus says, rah, rah, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. I don't
know exactly how they're...
Sticky things in my hair is a no-go. That's true. That's what...
videotaping themselves. They could be on...
I need to put my filter earlier on in my thought process, because I will start to say jokes. I need to put the filter higher up, so I don't start to say the joke.
On one of those zero-G planes, and, doing it all in there. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but I don't believe it at all. It looks like a bunch of green screen fuckery. I don't believe that at all.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research.
They are doing that, and then sometimes they do promotional things and outreach programs, especially geared towards children and teenagers who might be looking at careers in STEM fields in the future, because, honestly, space is just cool. Space is cool. A lot of science, and science is awesome. Let's be clear, just fundamentally, science is great, and it's the reason that we have as many cool things in the world as we do, in terms of, like, technology, and, like, things like computers and communication, and all sorts of rad stuff. But, you know, a lot of science, when you're doing it, looks tedious. It just looks like that, you know? It's people in lab coats doing stuff. But if you can show kids something that's science, but also, like, has this, like, it's cool, look, they're floating, like, it's a little manipulative, I'm not gonna lie, but you're trying to get kids to like science. So yeah, you do little things like this that go viral, and it gets people familiar with education and what the space station does, while also entertaining them. Yeah, it is propaganda in a non-derogatory sense, yes. Hey Casfell, how you doing?
Running around in gorilla suits, going 17,500 miles an hour. There's supposedly micrometeorites.
They're on a space station.
Other satellites up there. They could die at any second.
What would Captain Archer do? Probably bring his dog and offend some people because he's an asshole.
But they're running around.
And then he'd, I don't know, get mad that some species is different than humans, even though he knows his entire thing is that he has to go meet other species.
Playing with water. They're always playing with water. Claiming to grow lettuce.
What would Kirk do? Probably fundamentally try and change a species directly against the Prime Directive. And then maybe fuck an alien. Not necessarily, though. Kirk didn't have sex with as many aliens as his pop cultural, like, Flanderization would have you believe. Kirk was very much in love with the Enterprise. Usually in the series, when he actually did flirt with women, it was in a James Bond sort of way. He was trying to flirt with them in order to get information. He was seducing them for purpose. Or his, like, memory was erased on a planet full of Native Americans where he got married, or he was in an alternate universe where he had to pretend to sleep with someone in order to, like, get information. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is Kirk is maligned as a horn dog more than I think is fair based on his actual character if you watch the show. Just saying.
And I love this.
Like, the J.J. Abrams movies pretended that Kirk was just fucking every episode, you know?
This video because it looks like animation, like some.
What would Picard do? He'd go to Ryza. That's where he would go to fuck.
Thing that somebody made.
Or he'd go cry at Chateau Picard.
But it's
which is one of the best episodes. Family. It's a good one.
Actually real.
What would Janeway do? Kill Tuvix. H. Baird says, on the Native American planet, he actually impregnated his wife. The scene where she tells him usually gets cut for modern broadcast versions. I didn't know that. What happened to the fetus? Does he leave? Sorry, Marcus Drake. Marcus Drake said, I don't understand this. Like, Senator Mark Kelly has a bachelor's in marine engineering and a master's in aeronautical engineering because he was an astronaut and that's useful? Let the nerds have fun. Oh, she died. Shit. That's unfortunate.
Footage from.
What's the name of the woman from City at the Edge of Forever? Or City at the Edge of Tomorrow? City at the Edge of whatever? The one with the Guardian of Time. Is it like Edith something? Edith Keller. I'm glad my audience knows what I'm talking about. I appreciate you guys.
The space
I want to watch Star Trek with you guys so hard.
Sped up just a little bit. And this
Radiology says, Kirk wasn't that bad. He just ran a one-man honey trap institution. Yes, much better. He's a Starfleet officer! He does what's necessary.
This is a little video. It's about 4 minutes long here. So there's the space station. I love.
That would be fun. Do a Discord watch party where we do like Star Trek or whatever. That might be fun.
That this is not animation. This is film taken by a shuttle of the space station, And so this is real. It's not animation.
Now this looks like animation, and I'm very proud to know that it's actually real film. It's not a video game. People are living there.
I know this looks like animation, but it's actually really real. I love this video because it looks...
Yeah, she's proud of the footage. That's fine to be proud of your work. Mr. Blast with a link. What? What is this?
Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? To hug the mountain. To envelop that mountain with hug the mountain. To envelop that mountain with...
So are we all on the same page that Shatner saw Nimoy get to direct in, like, Star Trek 3 and 4? And he went, holy shit, my ego is bruised. I need to direct a Star Trek movie. And that's why we got one of the worst Star Trek movies?
Hug the mountain. That mountain. That mountain. He wants to make love to the mountain. Tough young guys, sinewy bodies, and their fingers and teeny toes challenge the rock, challenging death. Why do I climb the mountain? Because I'm in love.
He directed Star Trek 5, the one where they meet God, kind of. It's not really God. In beta canon, the God being from Star Trek 5 was actually locked up by the Q continuum. So there's canon that you don't need.
There is a passionate affair going on between Kirk and the mountain. Kirk is on the mountain. Now, in order to create that illusion, sucking some of the most sensational men who not only climb, are voracious, fleeting, and elusive, and peripheral. And that's putting me on the mountain. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain?
Why was he doing this much of an interview? Because, like, at the beginning of Star Trek 5, which I've seen Star Trek 5, I've seen all the Star Trek movies, I've seen every Star Trek thing except for Prodigy and Picard Season 3. I'll catch up. And Lower Deck Season 3. Sorry. What's beta canon? Books and stuff. Books, novels, Star Trek Online. Basically canon that doesn't come from the TV shows. Similar to the Star Wars EU. The part of the movie where he's climbing the mountain is like the first 5 minutes of the movie. Like, I could have sworn there's still opening credits virtually. And then Spock, like, comes up with his rocket boots, right? The mountain is not a big part of the movie. Is the mountain a central metaphor?
Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Hold it, please. Hug the mountain. Envelop that mountain with hug the mountain. To envelop that mountain with hug the mountain. That mountain, that mountain. He wants to make love to the mountain.
To be clear, Kirk wants to make love to the Enterprise, okay? The mountain is, if anything, a side piece. It would not be making love, it would be a one-off fuck, okay? He only makes love to the Enterprise.
And the climb is going where no man has gone before. Where no man has gone before.
Don't watch Star Trek 5. You can skip it and go right to 6 from 4. Are the events of Star Trek 5 ever mentioned in canon? Ever again? Spock's half-brother gets mentioned, I think, maybe a couple times, and just like a one-off line or something, but
Looks like animation. It doesn't look real, but it is real.
People can watch all these fuck-ups and trickery by NASA and all these other space agencies, And all
Cybok was mentioned in Strange New Worlds. Okay, yeah, okay.
All that goes out the window because they see a little light in the sky, and it's the ISS. Oh yeah, that's the ISS.
Is the Wrath of Khan remake considered a conspiracy documentary? I don't think so. It's so funny to me that, like, leading up to Star Trek, the second reboot Star Trek movie with Zachary Quinto and Chris Pine, that was the Wrath of Khan. Before it, people kept asking, like, is he Khan? Is he Khan? And they're like, he's not Khan. He's not Khan. And then he was fucking Khan. Hydrate.
I'm Slim Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady. All you others.
This is one of my favorite episodes of Futurama. I love this one.
Slim Shadys are just imitating. So, won't the real Slim Shady please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.
How can you do a spoken word version of a rap song?
He found a way.
He found a way.
That's all the...
Phoenix Flight says, I'd argue that the actual direction is competent. It's the plot and writing that let the movie down. So for that, we have to blame the writers. Oh, Shatner also helped write it? Carry on, then.
Proof they need, and everything else goes out the window.
The view will still be A-OK out there, and all you need to look for is a bright light in the sky that will be moving, and that'll be the space station.
I've seen a light go...
I've seen the space station before, from the ground.
From horizon to horizon.
What are the good Star Trek movies? Here's the rundown. Star Trek the Motion Picture, hot take, is a good movie. It's just really slow. Maybe watch the director's cut. It cuts down some of the longer shots. So Star Trek the Motion Picture, the director's cut, I'd say yes. Star Trek the Motion Picture, the theatrical cut, I'd still say yes, but it's pretty slow, so meh. Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan, one of the best in the series, maybe the best in the series, arguably, definitely a watch. Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, it's okay, it's not great. It kind of bothers me that the Vulcan woman, whose name I'm forgetting, is recasted between 2 and 3, because she was pretty good in 2, and in 3 it feels like should have been her, but it's not, and it distracts me more than it should. Meh, watchable, not great. Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, one of the best Star Trek movies, definitely the funniest. Watch Star Trek 4. Star Trek 5, complete skip. You do not need to watch Star Trek 5. Don't watch Star Trek 5. You don't need to watch Star Trek 5. Don't watch it. Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country. Good. Watch it. Watch Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country. The Next Generation films, you can skip all of them. Maybe watch First Contact. But, like, I don't know. Like, maybe just watch the scenes from Star Trek Generations with Data and Kirk. But ignore the part where he dies. First Contact's okay. Jonathan Frakes is actually pretty competent as a director, but none of the next gen movies I think did anything for the characters. Like, I think a lot of Captain Kirk's character is fleshed out in the TOS movies, but I feel like all the characters pretty much in the next gen movies are done a disservice by them. I don't feel like they expand upon the characters in satisfying ways except for Data. Picard feels like an entirely different character. I don't know. Okay, sorry, I'm so distracted. I'm on a big Star Trek tangent.
There's many problems with that light. First, it's as bright as the sun. It's really bright. How is the ISS reflecting that light as bright as the sun back to me the whole way across? Is it made of mirrors? Is that mirror following me? Right.
Oh, sorry, I missed this. Casfell says bones every time Kirk is on his shit and Spock's crush is stopping him from speaking.
Professor Lava Heart!
Sorry, I missed that.
How would somebody 10 miles away see the same reflection? Because it can't reflect in all directions. It's going 17,500 miles an hour. For 12 minutes, I could see it.
You can skip all the Kelvin timeline movies. Beyond is okay. The rest are skippable.
So what is it? I was in communication with a NASA whistleblower. And
Unless you just really think the Beastie Boys and Star Trek are two great tastes that taste great together.
he says that they have 5...
And I like the Beastie Boys. I like the Beastie Boys. I'm not anti-Beastie Boy.
5 B-2 bombers that they've modified with some parts of them are transparent material for the thin metal struts that you really can't see. The bottom was overlaid with LEDs to match the color of the sun, and they use them in their base. 2 of them are in Alaska, and I forget where the other ones are, and they take turns doing these flybys.
No. Like, if you have the proper tools and a telescope, you know you can, like, see this stuff, right? Like, telescopes exist. You can go get a prosumer telescope and set it so you can see the space station when it's overhead and see that it's not a fucking airplane. J.I. Lost says, be careful, chat. Hannah is sponsored by Big Beastie. That's true. Don't you tell me to smile. It doesn't work with one person. You need multiple beasties in order to emphasize words. J.A. Lost says, why did I just read that one and not get it? I am distracted AF today.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Oh, this is the guy who did the cringe thing in front of the city council.
Today I'd like to bring to your attention a potential fraud on an enormous scale happening in your county.
Brevard County, which I believe is the county that NASA in Florida is in.
There's now clear evidence of NASA using numerous methods to grossly mislead the public about astronauts being on the International Space Station. During interior ISS scenes from NASA's own live feed, the
Kennedy Space Center, thank you.
use of wires, harnesses, green screens, and virtual reality have been detected to achieve the appearance of a weightless environment. This begs the obvious question. If they're really up there, why are they using Hollywood?
You literally just use footage from a movie. You can't use a movie to prove that reality's a movie. That's a movie.
Techniques to fake the footage? Are they in space, or
they are in space?
Are they underwater? Now, what's really interesting is that they train for spacewalks in an underwater pool with a complete ISS replica. Now, surely they aren't filming these spacewalks in an underwater pool.
They're not. And
then editing them to appear if they're in space.
Oh man, that looks even worse than the other example. They're really bad at this.
Because that sure would be something, wouldn't it?
It would. Provide evidence of that. Provide evidence of literally any of the claims you're making. Sorry, I feel like I pause this every 0.3 seconds.
I'm calling on the Brevard County Commissioners to open a full investigation into NASA's fraudulent practices and use of taxpayer dollars. It costs NASA $3 billion per year to operate the ISS, and if they don't have a darn good explanation as to why they're faking these videos, I and the public would like a darn good explanation as to where our tax money is going.
I don't know if you know this, but the city council doesn't have the authority to open an investigation into the federal government just because the federal government facility resides within the borders of their county.
Is our duty.
I would like the county commissioners to show up, though, and be like, we're here to look at your stuff, NASA, and just have NASA fucking laugh in their face.
To expose and eliminate this fraudulent and astronomically wasteful ISS program. And look, I know what you're all thinking. The NASA is part of the federal government, and you're just county commissioners. Even if what I'm saying is true, what can you do? But let me remind you, not only is this happening in your county, as public officials, you have the platform and the ability to make a statement or hold a press conference, alerting the public, state, and federal authorities to investigate further. You have the power to start the conversation. I look forward to the day that $3 billion annual budget is put towards our veterans, our homeless, maybe some of that
Literally, none of that's gonna happen. What are you talking about? If you want to take money out of something, take it out of the defense budget. Why are you focused on NASA? At least NASA actually produces things of value, of scientific value. Why are you focused on this and not the military, which spends just ridiculous amounts more? The military probably spends NASA's entire yearly budget in like 2 days. Ashley One Up says, last Star Trek question, I promise. What do you think of Captain Worf series Michael Dorn is pushing for? No offense to Michael Dorn. He seems like a great guy. I like Worf. I like him on Deep Space Nine especially, more than I even liked him on TNG. but I think Worf works best as a side character, as a primary side character, but, like, I don't know if he's not, yeah, he can't carry a series, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Give it a shot. If I heard that they were doing the Captain Worf series, I wouldn't be upset. I'd watch it, but, like, I've never been like, man, I sure do wish Worf got a command, because Worf did a lot of stupid stuff in TNG. He made really bad choices, so I don't know if he'd make the best captain.
Mental health stuff the young lady just spoke about, and the revitalization of Brevard County.
Flat Earthers pay attention. We're paying attention to NASA. We're paying attention to SpaceX. Most people aren't, but yet they'll defend it. They'll defend it. They have no idea the Earth's supposed radius. They don't know, they have no idea how far the sun is supposed to be according to NASA, 93 million. They don't know.
They do. You can measure that.
Like, how far is the sun? Like, I don't know.
Like, the sun's there. If you get the right equipment, you can measure where, like, you can see it in the day. You could do that.
A couple million? I don't know. They have no idea, but...
You think they just pulled the number 93 million out of their assholes?
They're defending it to the death. You know?
To the death.
Once you start paying attention and have an open mind, pay attention.
Yeah, this is when they, like, hit the thing with something, right? Nice. That's really cool, too. Am I supposed to be aghast at this footage? It just looks like footage from space. Oh yeah, this documentary came out in last month. Documentary, air quotes. Again, this just looks like real footage from space. What am I supposed to be looking at and thinking is untrue about it? Like, it's really interesting. Listen to the spooky music. I guess I'm just supposed to, the music is just supposed to make me think it's sinister. Disgusting space marketing stunt, but it did happen. How much of this would you say is just footage of space with scary music on it? That's definitely like a 3D animation showing you how something's working because they couldn't get a camera close enough. Yeah, that's a CG animation, so I don't know why you... Whatever. Oh wait, no, is that real footage? Holy fucking shit. That's genuinely cool if it is. Looks like CGI to me, just as like a demonstration. But that rocket does exist to my understanding. But I thought they recently, didn't they recently test it and it blew up? It took off, but they didn't get it to land. I don't know. Pretty sure that one's also an animation. I'm not sure. But, like, it feels like some of these that they're showing and saying, these are supposed to be real, might just genuinely be animations that they claim were being touted as real.
That's the worst footage ever.
Most of it wasn't. Most of it was just space footage.
But we do want to make sure that the American people understand that there's no need to panic. The president took this action, as I mentioned earlier, because the objects were indeed flying at lower elevation, and they were in civilian airspace, and we wanted to make sure that we protected that airspace. But again, we want to also make sure that the Americans are not do not panic during this time.
Wait, what?
China plans to land a man on the moon by 2030. Yeah, and they probably will. They definitely have enough money and researchers to do it, so I expect they probably will at some point. I imagine a lot of countries will.
Why is there a satellite on a balloon? It's always been that way. Flat Earthers have been talking about this for a long time.
I imagine within the next 50 years, what's going to happen is the moon is going to end up a lot like Antarctica, where basically it's a lot of research stations. Different countries probably have different research stations with different space stations circling the moon, and probably some bases on the moon again for research. And maybe near the end of the century we'll be getting by the 2080s, maybe we'll start getting rich people getting to visit, as a tourism thing, similar to how you can go to Antarctica on a cruise, but it costs $14,000, $20,000, probably something similar. It's a guess. Don't know, though.
One thing
it's hard to predict the future, especially when you have no idea what you're talking about, which is how I am all the time.
that isn't really discussed in the mainstream is that NASA, of course we know, spends more money on helium than anyone else in the world, and actually just upped their most...
Yeah, it's used in rocket fuel, I think.
...recent contract to hundreds of millions of dollars for helium.
Yes, again, helium is used in rocket fuel, I think.
And they admitted
it's liquid helium.
Launched balloons bigger than 1 to 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it in the coolant? I apologize.
And it's significantly more efficient for transmission of...
Elminato with 50 bits says, and CC will still be mad about how only scientists are allowed on these lunar science bases. You're so right. You're so goddamn right.
Data for weather compilation of data. They basically have a fleet of balloons above you that are facilitating majority of the information that we utilize.
So why do you think NASA is the world's largest consumer of helium? Why would they send up balloons, these satellites, on balloons if they're in magical floating space, in the magical floating...
That's not a satellite, it's a balloon. Both balloons and satellites exist. There are scientific and espionage instruments that exist on balloons. That's not a new technology, and it's existed for a long time. They're a separate thing from satellites. It's like they think, if one thing above head, why other thing also above head must be same thing. No. Get your caveman brain out of here.
Vacuum of space. They're showing us. They're telling you right now. They're telling us in plain sight. Hey, look, satellites are on balloons. They're not in magical space. Right here at this research center. Okay. This loud truck. Yeah. I know they're gonna make the okay.
Howdy. I'm just doing. They're asking why you're filming a federal building. Generally, you have to get permission to do that. Like military bases, you're not supposed to film military bases without express permission. Similar.
Filming? What? Oh, just anything we can see. We're just doing a documentary on the balloon launches and all the cool stuff. Yeah, we're independent journalists. Don't be filming me. Oh, well, I mean, we're in public. There's no expectation of privacy. Well, we tried to call them. They said they weren't doing any tours. Yeah, they said we weren't doing any tours. Hey, of course, you got to do your due diligence and make sure there ain't nobody out here potting shit. Yeah, well, I get it.
Like Johnson Space Center, they have armed guards. Yeah, they will shoot you.
Yeah, they definitely they operate.
Do not run up in the air.
Yeah,
like you're gonna do
nice.
No, we're just infatuated with the Satelloons,
Yeah,
we didn't even know they existed. It's cool that they're all going up on balloons. We didn't even know. We were taught, they're just orbiting by themselves.
How can they not understand that there can both be balloons and satellites? They're not mutually exclusive.
Or they're shot up with rockets.
Yeah, they're shot up with rockets. That's all
It makes
is.
more
And I'm
sense
like,
on a balloon, so we're like,
They're
okay.
so dumb.
Well, this
Yeah,
makes
and I don't
sense
know.
now.
Unless they got some top secret stuff I don't know about.
You don't know about any of these satellites without the balloons?
The idea that you would need some type of box that free falls in orbit around a ball is really just a fiction of imagination.
No, you can literally see satellites. What are you talking about?
We don't need that at all. We don't utilize that.
Yeah, American education is so fucking bad.
Satellites have been on balloons
Let's pay teachers more so we can actually attract better teachers. That sounds good.
since the 50s, and they've always been on balloons. They just lied about putting them in space. There's no evidence at all of satellites in space. They
It's live footage. So, there's that.
Would have to have a propulsion system. Even if you believe that the Earth is a ball, you must also believe that satellites cannot propel themselves without a source to thrust.
Satellites are in orbit. They're falling around the Earth. Do you know what an orbit is? They're falling. The thing that's propelling them is gravity because they're continually falling around the Earth. They use rockets to get them into space, and then once they are, they go into orbit because we understand orbital mechanics. Kerbal Space Program might be a good way to explain this to him.
Okay? We know that they don't have engines on them. What's making them go around?
They're in orbit. An orbit is basically when you're you're in constant free fall around the Earth because you're going sort of horizontally or laterally quick enough that you're falling, but going so quick you keep missing the Earth, basically. It's falling with style.
It don't make sense. Then you find out NASA owns 98% of the helium. Then you find out all these satellites that crash have balloons attached to them. Then you can deduce they actually float these satellites over balloons. It's that simple. If all these satellites are moving 17,500 miles an hour, some are moving this way, some are moving that way, it's common sense. There's 50,000 of them. They're supposed to hit each other eventually.
Actually, I understand that we do have the issue of, like, space debris, and that is becoming a big enough issue that they're investing in solutions to try and deorbit some of these out-of-date satellites and stuff. The Earth is big, and orbits of the Earth take into account the fact that it's a three-dimensional area. It's not like they're all on the same plane, you know? Some are at different heights than the others. So if they're going around, they're not actually in that much of a danger of hitting each other necessarily at any given time. It happens, but it happens relatively rarely. Like, again, it feels like a lot of these people, one of their issues is they don't understand the scale of the Earth and how absolutely huge it is compared to us as people. Like, our perspective is so small compared to just the Earth, which is small compared to other things in our solar system, you know? We just have no sense of scale, and I think that screws a lot of them up.
But none of them hit each other? Come on, guys. Wake up. There's no satellites. There's no proof of them. The only proof we have are things floating on balloons.
Arthur C. Clarke in the 50s wrote a book theorizing about satellites falling around on Earth in an endless fall. Shortly after, we all of a sudden had
the concept of orbit existed prior to that.
Satellites falling around the Earth.
Like, we know about orbits. The moon orbits the Earth. Like, that wasn't a foreign concept. We are orbiting the sun. Planetary motion and their orbits and the concept of an artificial satellite have existed long before what you are citing.
Think about it. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting in an elliptical orbit, speeding up and slowing down at 66,000 miles an hour. It's chasing the sun in another curved orbit, and we somehow have geostationary satellites. That's a satellite that stays above the same plot of land. So it's mimicking the spin, it's mimicking the orbit, it's speeding up and slowing down and staying over that same plot of land, and it's just falling in an ever-ending fall. That makes absolutely no sense.
Why doesn't that make sense to you? It's falling at the same rate the Earth is turning. It's still falling. The Earth is just also turning underneath it, so relativistically, it feels like it's staying in the same place, but it's not. It's still in free fall. It's just in free fall at the same rate the Earth is turning. Oh.
And now it's openly accepted that they're on balloons, but they're making it seem like it's a new thing. And this is the new way.
Balloons are not new. Balloons have been being used for scientific purposes for a very long time. Spy balloons have been a thing for a very long time. Just because you're only hearing about this now doesn't mean they're a new thing.
They were gonna launch satellites is on balloons, and it's cheaper, and it's just better. Like, we don't need them space ones no more. You know, people are starting to figure it out. That's why they're going back to balloons.
And majority of all the transmissions we use for our cell phones or quote-unquote satellite TV are all ground towers. They all send transmissions from the ground tower to tower.
No one said cell phones use satellites. Your cell phone does not connect to a satellite. It connects to a cell tower. We understand this. Satellite phones use satellites. And yes, when you use like a dish or something for satellite TV, that is indeed satellites.
Tower, admittedly at high elevations, and of course we have underground and undersea cables that make up 99.9% of all transmission.
Boy, I wonder what the other percent of the transmission is.
So this just a facade in people's minds.
It's not a facade. You not understanding how things worked isn't evidence of a conspiracy. It's evidence that you are misinformed.
That you have little metal boxes flying around giving you all of your data. None of that is real.
Oh my god, I'm calling my brother. That is freaking beautiful! Okay, there you have it. Artemis wow, it's flying right now.
Whether it's the ISS or the rocket launch, the second someone sees it with their own eyes, they think it's real.
This is freaking amazing!
Aren't you guys the ones who say seeing is believing and you need to see things with your own eyes to verify? But you don't like it when people do so towards things you don't believe? Weird.
Dang. Oh, there it is. What the heck happened?
They don't even know what the fuck's going on.
The reason that you can always find a video of a rocket from NASA taking off and then slowly making a U-shaped arc is not because it's going around the ball and going to the other side or going out into space. It's because shortly after these rockets that are funded by your tax dollars take off, they only have a certain amount of time before they crash back to the Earth because they run out of fuel. It's all made up. So what really happens is they launch them near the ocean in Texas or in Florida. They will never launch a rocket from the middle of the country.
Yeah, it's so if it explodes, it doesn't rain hot molten metal over the country. Rockets launch over the ocean, so if they have to crash land, they will crash into the ocean instead of on some guy's house.
It won't make it to the ocean. It'll crash on dry land. Okay? So NASA has to launch rockets from Texas and Florida because it's right by the water.
Yes, it's a safety thing.
If they wanted to launch a rocket from Little Rock, Arkansas, it wouldn't even make it to Texarkana.
So when they launch rockets in Cape Canaveral, Florida, or in Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, the problem is you can't get past the firmament.
In 1962, 7 years before they faked the moon landing,
that's a loaded statement.
Operation Dominic began. A series of 31 missiles were shot straight up into the sky to test how high humans can actually reach.
Yeah, as it turns out, shooting rockets straight up is an incredibly inefficient way of going anywhere, which is why we don't launch rockets into space by shooting them straight up into the air. We do so by shooting them up and then they go over. Again, I feel like a lot of these people, if they played Kerbal Space Program, would maybe understand a little bit better.
they quickly figured out not far at all.
It seems that whenever they were shooting these missiles up into the sky, they were actually interacting with different layers of this plasma field or this electromagnetic phenomena, and it seems to have fluid-like
That's vague.
properties. As
The atmosphere is a fluid, you stupid asshole. Fluid doesn't mean wet. Fluid means fluid. So, yes, the atmosphere is fluid.
it actually hits a certain portion of this force field, if you will.
Force field, you fucking idiot.
It begins to disperse and seek equilibrium based on the impedance of the electromagnetic layers.
Why is it when we review this footage that these things are exploding? It looks like they're hitting a barrier.
Probably because they're shooting them straight up into the air with no concern for, like, the resistance that they're facing.
Testing.
Which, again, is why we don't fire rockets straight upward.
The strength of the firmament, and they weren't able to penetrate it.
What's going on there? What is this? In my opinion, I think that they were trying to find a way to possibly get out.
They were trying to launch rockets!
There's a firmament above us.
So everything is as above, so below. Obviously, many people are becoming aware that there's a firmament above that many people are now starting to realize is impenetrable.
No matter what you do, you can't go straight up in the air and keep going.
Yeah, that's an incredibly inefficient way to try and launch something, I would agree. That's why we don't do that.
Interesting rocket launch was the amateur Go Fast rocket. They gave us something that NASA and SpaceX never gives us, an uninterrupted feed from their camera. If you watch a NASA launch or a SpaceX launch, there's 4, 5, 6 cuts before it even clears the launch pad. Gave us an uninterrupted 72 miles, I think. Went up, and all of a sudden it went kerplunk. It hit something.
It went up, and it appears to have hit the firmament.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
There's no place to go.
There is water.
Yes, he means that in the practical sense. There is literal landmass you could go to in outer space, but there's no water or breathable atmosphere there, so you can't have some sci-fi idea that we can fuck this Earth up and then fuck off to Mars. That's not how it works.
Water surrounding us in all directions, including directly above us. We now know that there's something called superfluid that exists. You could have helium-3, and it could actually offer full electromagnetic propagation perpetually without any impedance. Based on the things that I see, such as Crow 777's lunar wave observations, I think that there is clearly a fluid-like medium above us.
The waters above in ancient astronomy, which was the same science as astrology, except one was more theological and one was more secular, they taught that this was called the crystalline sea. And in the book of Revelation, it speaks about the crystalline sea. It's the ninth heaven. The waters above, it's firm.
I think the evidence is pretty overwhelming that there is a fluid-like medium above us.
The atmosphere is a fluid. Gas is a fluid. Gas is a fluid. Gas is a fucking fluid. Did you not pay attention in school even a little bit? The air is a fluid. This is a fluid. It's everywhere. We're covered in fluid. The atmosphere is a fluid, you stupid fucking assholes.
What I can tell you for sure is the water above is level, because all water finds and maintains level.
I feel that.
Are we doing this?
It's the next
Sorry,
wave.
H. Baird, I was yelling about fluids. H. Baird says, took 5 seconds of searching. Once it launches, it's uninterrupted.
For its 8.5-minute ride to orbit, 4.5.
Let's just sit here and watch this rocket go to space. We can do it at high speed, though. Let's do it at 2 times speed.
Station. 47 20 seconds into the flight. The 3 liquid fuel main engines throttling back to 72% of rated performance in the bucket, reducing stress on the shuttle as it goes transonic for the final time. Engines now revving up, standing by for the throttle up call.
Atlantis, go, all throttle up, no engine, DPDT.
Call from Capcom Barry Wilmore and transducer, instrumentation only, no action required. Atlantis now 15 miles in altitude, already 16 miles down from the Kennedy Space Center, 1 minute 40 seconds into the flight. Atlantis flexing its muscles one final time. Traveling almost 2,600 miles an hour, 21 miles in altitude, 20 miles downrange, standing by for solid roger separation. Booster officer confirms staging a good solid rocket booster separation. Guidance now converging. The main engine steering the shuttle on a pinpoint path to its preliminary orbit. 2 minutes 20 seconds into the flight. Atlantis already traveling 3,200 miles an hour, 35 miles in altitude. 50
Why do flat earthers just say stuff? Like, why do they say, like, there's no unedited footage and here it is? Like, why do they do this?
The propulsion officer reports.
Do they know they're lying, or are they, like, genuinely just, like, sticking fingers in their ears and hand over their eyes and pretending it doesn't exist? Like, do they intentionally avoid looking this stuff up?
Maneuvering system engines have ignited. Atlantis kicking on its afterburners for 1 minute 23 seconds for the final phase of powered flight.
Atlantis, 2 engine down.
Call from Capcom.
Single pane day, so in the event of contingency, you're in plane plus 230 on the eval page. No com DIs and you're ready to copy. Press ATO, 10.8. Press Amigo, 14.7. Have a good read back, Atlantis.
Because of the slightly late launch time, Capcom Barry Wilmore reading up the pilot Doug Hurley the updated abort boundaries for Atlantis, which is flying its 4 crew members to that of 3 times the effective rep.
So they got to space. Good for them. Cassifel says arguing with flat earthers.
This is science, but this is a turtle. The world which I have known for 7.5 centuries is a lie.
But this is a turtle. That's pretty good.
Wave of enlightenment is now more and more people realizing as above, so below. And the only way we can get above or below is to go within and tune our frequency to that of which surpasses and passes through.
Who knows? Maybe there is some kind of firmament, and we're underwater. We could be underwater. Maybe there's water above the firmament and then water down here.
That could possibly be why the sky is blue, because behind it is the firmament which holds back water.
As above, so below. God's throne does not sit on a convex, silly snow globe, okay? The firmament, the waters above, where he separated the waters below from above, they're flat and level. It's the sky plane. The sky only appears to curve, just like the ground. There is no curvature in the sky. There's no curvature on the earth.
Well, Dave, the SpaceX Falcon 9 is going to launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base, and it's going to launch in just about a minute, maybe a little less here.
Bisexual Kaiju, thanks for following. Excellent name.
Just see the trail it's leaving behind. Absolutely amazing, and to describe it to you, and you can see it, but from the ground, it almost looks as though
some of these rockets look like they're scraping across a watery firmament.
What are you talking about?
Kind of like a boat dragging something through the water.
You see what resembles a speedboat going through water. You'll see the rocket hit the firmament, explode like watery, and then it will skim along the surface of the firmament. Why is that? Well, because it's hydrogen. It's water.
I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're not flying into space.
It's almost like they're just throwing it in your face. Look, we're running into a solid barrier. These rockets literally look like they're...
No, that is not what the wake of a boat looks like.
Bouncing off the ocean like a boat in the ocean, creating waves. Look at it. Look at the footage. Look at that. They're putting it in our face. It's soft disclosure. They can't just come out and say there's a firmament, we're on a flat earth, or whatever else. They can't just come out and say it. They have to...
I'm still trying to figure out if flat earth is going to fizzle out in the next 10 years or become an official part of the Republican platform. I think it's still 50-50 at this point.
Show breadcrumbs. They got to show a trail of breadcrumbs. They have to boil the frogs slowly.
People say, well, what's under the flat earth? Because they're thinking of a disk floating in space. We don't know what's under the flat earth because the deepest hole is 7.8 miles. And while they were digging that hole, while they were drilling that hole, they were using ground penetrating radar to see what they were going to hit next. And they were wrong every step of the way. No more rocks, no more water. They hit rocks, they hit water, right? They were wrong, wrong, wrong. And then they hit an impenetrable barrier. They tried for years to get through.
They didn't hit an impenetrable barrier. I'm pretty sure they were having equipment issues because it was miles and miles down, and they were having heating issues or cooling issues because everything was so hot.
And they couldn't. And then
because again, it was like miles and miles down.
They gave up. But then somehow we have a meme that shows us a cross-section of the Earth, the next 4,000 miles. They know exactly what's there. They couldn't get the first 7.8 miles right, but they know the next 4,000. And everyone's seen the meme of the Earth with the molten magnetic core. Another thing that they're laughing at us, because you can't have a molten magnet. Any magnet of any type, you heat it up, and before it melts, it hits the Curie point, and it loses all its magnetism.
Have y'all heard about the recent claim from the heliocentric priests? They're saying that the core has stopped spinning, and it's now spinning the opposite direction.
No, no, no. This was one small study done by a grad student, I believe, which nothing, you know, grad students, but like this guy, I hate science communication. It's so bad in newspapers. They'll find one small study that has some weird abstract, and they'll blow it into this insane thing, and then conspiracy theorists latch onto it. Moira Soma says, well, there's this Republican from Georgia who came out as a flat earther. Her slogan is Jesus, guns, and babies. Guns came above babies, huh? Okay.
Direction. Which is going to cause all this chaos.
Well, this morning we are learning about a shift in the Earth's inner core that sounds like the plot of a Hollywood blockbuster. Scientists say our planet's solid core, which is actually disconnected from the rest of the Earth's layers, may actually have stopped rotating and could even reverse course. What does this mean?
Well, at first it sounds like something from a
Kaku! Michio Kaku, you fuck!
Hollywood movie. Right. The script says, oh my god, the core of the Earth is spinning backwards.
How do they know this? I just want to know, how do they know?
I don't actually necessarily have anything in particular against Michio Kaku. I just remember him a lot from when I was a kid, and I used to watch the Science Channel, and he was on every other fucking show on the Science Channel talking about string theory.
What the core is doing, if they've only been down.
I need to get some water. I'll be right back. And I have to urinate. I'll put something on for you guys. Hold on. Here, watch him make carbonated eggs while I pee.
We're gonna carbonate these eggs. We have 54 eggs, and I think that'll be just enough. It actually might be more than enough. We may have overshot by quite a bit. You know what I didn't think through? Was this. Oh, that's a lot of raw egg spillage. Wring it out. If you learned anything from this, it's that I'm not very good with spatial reasoning. Oh, it's leaking out of the soda stream. Oh my god! Oh no! I wonder if this is the reason why SodaStream says not to carbonate eggs in their manual. Oh, that's not a sound you want to hear out of anything. Oh no! Oh god, okay. Help! And where's the cap? Here we go! They taste exactly like eggs that have not been carbonated. Just slightly fluffier eggs. So I'm gonna have to give these carbonated eggs a 2 out of 5. Bop, 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 bop.
Whew, it is warm in here. Whew. Stop posting that song. If it's the same song, it's TOS. Stop it. Even if it's not TOS, I don't want it posted, so knock it off.
8 miles.
All hail Chair. Chair indeed.
How? How is that possible? We've only, as humans, dug down a maximum depth of 8 miles. How do they know what's 3,000 miles down?
Observation based on tools that they use.
Makes no sense.
So if you look at a magnetic field under a ferrocell, you have something called the inertial plane or the block domain wall. That would be where we reside. We live within a magnetic field. And you can only go so far down before you're actually going to have the reciprocation of that energy or that magnetic field. We know the deepest hole ever dug is around 7.8 miles, which seemingly correlates to the deepest area in the ocean, of course, the Mariana Trench. So the way that I see it is you're actually living on the inertial plane within the magnetic field, which actually then begins to make all
thanks for following.
special phenomena fit perfect within the toroid. And of course, this entire idea that there's this magic magma core made of nickel and iron that's spinning at a different speed than the Earth spins is a complete fiction made up of seismic activity and...
Like, what are you just saying no? There's a whole field of science dedicated, countless people, thousands and thousands of people who get PhDs, spend years learning about geology and how the Earth works, and you're just going, no? No. That's not a reasonable response. It's not a reasonable response to look at an entire field of study that tons of people spend their entire job studying, and you, with no education, just go, nah, I'm not feeling it. You don't get to do that and be taken seriously. This is why people laugh at flat earthers. They have such an unearned sense of intelligence and confidence, it's bizarre. Like, it's like they think scientists get listened to just because they're confident sounding. No, it's because they have credentials and evidence to back up their claims. It's like they're playing pretend. It's a cargo cult. It's crazy.
Speculation, and actually when you look further into that, they say that that causes the magnetic field with something called convection currents. You have the geomagnetic field from the geodynamo model, and actually
they do this thing. I think they think when they say scientific sounding words, they think that they're doing the same thing that scientists do.
you would have a symmetrical magnetic field coming from the core. As it is a sphere, you would have the same magnetic field in the north and the south. But what the evidence actually shows is that it is not symmetrical at all, and in the south, the magnetic field gets up to 30% weaker. There's something called the South Atlantic anomaly, which shows that it 100% is not some symmetrical dynamo effect causing the magnetic field. If you actually look further into the dynamo model, there's about 50 questions that have gone unanswered. They can't even get the math to work with supercomputers. It's pure speculation that they can't get to work.
As opposed to what you're doing, which isn't even speculation, it's verbal diarrhea, espoused by someone who, if they're lucky, has a GED.
It's prohibited from going too far down based on pressure mediation within a magnetic field.
There was a famous scientist.
I respect this look. This look is a vibe. Good for him.
That sent a submarine down and hit the bottom of the ocean and wasn't able to penetrate the bottom of the ocean, as if there was some type of...
Baja can penetrate the bottom of my ocean.
Water barrier firmament.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s.
Hydrate.
It's one of a handful of people to ever see it in person. Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I've ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet in the Gulf of Mexico. I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut. It was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater.
Yeah, Goo Lagoon. I think stuff like this is what Goo Lagoon and SpongeBob is based off of. I'm pretty sure this is an understood phenomenon now. Like, this isn't... I don't know what they're gonna say about this, but it's not a conspiracy.
We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it and bounced off.
It's a brine pool?
It was so
hypersalinated water. Ooh.
super saline and dense that the submarine...
I could go for some hypersalinated water. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't... I'm stretching today. I'm just not on my A game.
Couldn't go down and we literally bounced off. And as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline.
It's because of the firmament.
He just said what it was. Cool.
It's firm.
What I
It's the firmament. It's firm.
believe is that this is a plane and everything vibrates, and ultimately we have to become masters of vibration to work through.
How much DMT did you take before we started filming? Like a Joe Rogan amount, or like a normal human amount?
The dimensions of this plane. This is the third dimensional plane, so
it's good to stretch once in a while. That's how you remain flexible. That's what the plug's for.
This physical.
Filter didn't catch that one.
Physical. This is the physical plane. Now, if we close our eyes and we envision something, our brain doesn't know the difference between a thought and actual reality.
So they teach us about gravity when we're young kids, because when you're a young kid, you kind of believe everything that you hear. They tell us that gravity was discovered by a guy named Isaac Newton, and by the time he was 23, he had discovered gravity, invented calculus, and...
I don't even have one. That's not true. I'm pretty sure the one thing... I'm pretty sure the other thing that we haven't charged in a while, I'm pretty sure that counts. Kind of. It's not a traditional one, but I think it counts. Kind of. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Why am I talking about this?
trigonometry.
Oh.
Well, I'm telling you right now, none of that happened.
Gravity's just a theory and an excuse, really. It's real simple. If there's a force strong enough to hold oceans to...
See, here's the thing. The Bigfoot people aren't that interesting. I like the crazy people. They're great.
The planet. There's a force.
Citisaurus says, extrapolate that further, vibration boy. Your crazy flat earth thoughts don't equal reality.
We should all be stuck to the ground. You know, the force can hold buildings, skyscrapers, tanks, ships to it, but it can't hold a helium balloon. Helium balloon just flies away. Smoke just flies. Everything should be stuck to the ground like a magnet. If there's a force holding oceans to it, it doesn't make any sense.
Once you look at gravity and you try to prove that it's real, you'll discover there's no proof of it, and that there is only proof of density, buoyancy, and electrostatics.
Electrostatics is a proven thing. We all know that a positive and a
A
negative
cryptid stream would probably be good one of these days. We haven't done cryptids in a while.
will attract towards each other. So the Earth has a neutral or negative charge. Everything above it has a positive charge, and it is attracted to it.
Everything that exists is electric. There's not one thing that exists in the entire world that is not electric. It's
What?
actually the
Like
unifying
electromagnetism is one of the fundamental forces like in the world. It's like gravity, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, I think are the main ones. So it's around. But what do you even mean everything's electric?
keeps everything here, holds everything together.
Oh no, that's not true.
And everything seeks equilibrium based on that.
What? What does that even mean? Everything seeks equilibrium based on electromagnetism? That means nothing. That is word salad of the highest order.
So everything's trying to find a state of rest based on its electric phenomena or its electric nature with
its electric nature
in the environment that we exist within. And then
when will we discuss the humors, sir? We must discuss the balancing of the humors.
You start to look further into it, you find out that on the smallest scale, electrostatics is significantly stronger than gravity is even claimed to be. magnitudes greater, 10 to the 36 power to be specific. So everything, simply put, everything that exists is electric. Everything that is falling to the ground or not falling to the ground is seeking equilibrium based.
There are two kinds of things in this world: things falling to the ground and things not falling to the ground.
On electrostatics. We can actually test this. We can use something called a corona motor, and whenever we manipulate electrostatics, we can make things levitate. We can make things go up or down, and we can actually change how fast they go down. We can also manipulate the weight of an object simply by manipulating electrostatics. And of course, that's how science actually works, is you do an experiment that shows you what the cause of the
These guys are gonna electrocute themselves so fucking hard one of these days.
effect is, and you can manipulate electrostatics and cause the effect of downward acceleration, commonly referred to as gravity. Of course, I've never seen
Oh my god, this fucking idiot.
a test that manipulates space-time, and you will never see that. It doesn't exist. Everyone thinks that the reason things fall is because of gravity, but actually everything that exists is electrostatic. So whenever things go to the ground, they're seeking equilibrium, so they go find their balance on the ground where their charge disperses or spreads out in through the ground. So we have positive charge in the air, we have negative charge on the surface of the earth or on the ground, which is why it's called grounding, and then we introduced positive charge and then it went back down to the ground to seek equilibrium.
How do they not understand that there can be multiple forces acting simultaneously? This little piece of styrofoam or whatever can be affected by electromagnetism, by static cling or whatever, and also be affected by gravity. These things aren't mutually exclusive, and being able to manipulate one doesn't mean the other doesn't exist.
This shows that that's actually what objects do when they fall to the ground. They go to the ground because of
Bisexual Kaiju says, one day the flat earthers will be like, nuclear fission isn't real, that radiation is a psyop. I'll prove it by walking into a nuclear reactor's core. Oh boy, okay. How do I explain this to you? Okay, man who eats radioactive material. So, back in the day, there was a gentleman who thought that radiation being dangerous was a scam. He thought it was a conspiracy. He thought that the government was lying about radiation being deadly. So this man went around the country and gave this presentation.
You pour it out in the hand, and that's radioactive contamination. Is it radioactive? Yeah, it is. Very radioactive.
That sounds crispy.
Now, decontamination is nothing but scooping it back up and putting it into the bottle. I just now decontaminated my hand. No, I didn't do such a good job. Not good at all. Is it still radioactive? Yeah, that's called residual radioactivity. Now, under the decontamination rules of the government, when you decontaminate somebody like this that's that contaminated, and this is certainly a reportable incident under current DOE regulations, when you decontaminate him, it has to go down a controlled drain so that you don't disperse radioactivity. Do I qualify as a controlled drain? That material that I just ate is not soluble in body fluids.
Anyway, so now he works in Megaton selling junk to Smooth Skins. He died. He died. I don't know if you could have guessed, but he died. He died.
The electric forces, and they seek equilibrium on the Earth.
We knew about it as
Please don't eat radioactive material or put it near your body.
in the 1950s, even earlier, and it's all been hidden because if humans were allowed free energy, free movement,
There's no such thing as free energy.
and able to
Like, it's just thermodynamically as a non-starter.
explore, we would find out what this place is. We'd find out our position in this world.
How else will you get superpowers? You idiot. You don't irradiate yourself. First, you irradiate some sort of animal or living thing that you would like to emulate. Then you have it bite you, or you ingest it, or something. Or you get spliced in some sort of weird sand machine that I'm still not clear on what the sand machine... What was the sand machine in Spider-Man 3? It was just like a big machine that turned you into Sandman. Was the purpose of that machine to turn you into Sandman, the Spider-Man character? Because that's what that machine felt like it was meant to do. Oh.
That's the number one thing.
It was a particle accelerator, and it was just like in a sand pit. It was open and in a sand... Whatever, fuck it. It's still better than Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Why? That's...
Fell into a fucking eel tank.
Why are they hiding Flat Earth? Why? What's the motive? And the motive is to keep us dumbed down, not knowing who we are, not knowing where we are, not knowing the true power that we have, and not having true freedom.
So ultimately, the master plan in all of this is to fake an alien invasion.
I think one of
Oh, we're going Project Blue Beam. Great, great, great.
the biggest upsets with globe believers when they hear
I'm not even going to click on your link.
Flat Earth is we're taking away their Star Wars. We're taking away their aliens. We know aliens, extraterrestrials, have been documented since all
What about Hulk and the Fantastic Four? Hulk had the secret ingredient, and that ingredient was childhood abuse. The Fantastic Four... are an outlier.
recorded history.
I've actually personally seen UFOs multiple times from like the age 18 up, probably 7 different times I've seen UFOs. I know it's a very real phenomenon.
What about the secret space program? I call it the secret propulsion
The secret space program! Oh my god, they're talking about the SNASA
program. They're using electrostatics and other technology to maneuver around. Maybe they're even just pulling energy out of the air.
We can go back to, I think it was Reagan in his famous United Nations speech, talking about the world coming together, facing a universal threat.
Perhaps. It's a clip from Awesome Show. Great job. Okay, that might work. There we go.
It's free real estate.
Okay. That's acceptable. I'll always accept a clip from that show.
We need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were
It's a hypothetical.
facing an
Also, it's Reagan, so maybe don't read too much into his ramblings.
alien threat from outside this world.
They knew back then that that's the best way, the most powerful way to get everyone to unite into a one world government.
The idea of humans uniting from some sort of outside threat is a pretty old one. Like, that's not an uncommon thing to say or imply.
Suddenly there
Twilight Zone had dealt with those themes in episodes 20 years before Reagan had said anything like that.
was a threat to this world from some other species from another planet outside in the universe. We'd forget all the little local differences that we have between our countries, and we would find out once and for all that we really are all human beings here on this earth together. Well, I don't suppose we can wait for some alien race to come down and threaten us, but I think that between us we can bring about that realization.
We did secure some footage of the flying disc in the hangar.
Citosaurus says, "Boo! Reagan, boo!" Correct response.
The code name for the project is Equipe, and it has been designed for humans to fly. We asked the scientist in charge of the project what propulsion system the craft uses, but he would not divulge what he called classified information.
As to how much of it is man-made or something that maybe you wouldn't understand, that's a great question, who knows? But I think that they've simply reverse-engineered ancient technology and then hid it from the masses so that we don't know what it is. And you can look back at the Germans and they explain that we're using electrogravitic propulsion, And so with electrogravitic propulsion, you could attain
and if you can trust anyone, it's the Nazis.
Perpetual flight. You could defy, quote-unquote, defy physics. You could attain all kinds of changes in angular momentum on a dime.
Man-made technology that we don't understand yet. I don't know, maybe there's other humanoids or aliens, whatever you want to call them, like that way and that way, but up there, I don't believe it.
UFOs are real. You guys are just confused where they come from. They don't come from some far-off planet trillions of light years away. They come from the outer lands and possibly under the ocean.
I personally believe that the government is so evil that they're devising any type of plan that they can to manipulate people.
Thanks
into
for the link,
one
Ashley.
world government. They call it the New World Order. One way that they can manipulate people is by
This is supposed to be about flat Earth. I feel like they've barely mentioned flat Earth. Was this just like their detour movie to just talk about all the other crazy bullshit they believe?
destroying cities with missiles and lasers and all sorts of destructive bombs, and then they could blame it on aliens. They could say that aliens are coming when really it's our own government.
Now, man has reverse engineered that, so we do have them here now. We know our government has this technology.
If they fake an alien invasion, they get the New World Order, which they want. They thought COVID lockdowns were bad. We found out that they pretty much lied to us about everything.
No, they didn't!
To push an agenda of more total control. We're closer than we've ever been to World War III, all of this other stuff. And now the only way for them to truly, in my mind, get what they want or supersede.
With linear time the way it is, if World War III is going to happen, isn't that statement just always true? We're closer than ever to World War III. Linear time being what it is.
The timeline, speed up the timeline.
Sorry, I'm being pedantic.
Is the fake and alien invasion. The moment they do that, everybody panics. The government has to step in as a one world government. All governments come together to...
Don't Christians need the New World Order so the end of the world can happen? Yeah.
Fight an out...
They need the Antichrist and stuff.
...worldly threat. And then we're all in lockdown like you wouldn't believe, because we got to be aware of the alien viruses. I mean, we're already scared of the human viruses. Now we got to be scared of the alien viruses, and we're fucked. So that's, I think, the end game, and it's pretty easy to see that that's what they're gearing up for. That's why they're telling us there's a mothership in our... No, shut the fuck up. Like, we've had this technology for years.
They've taken our focus and put it up there, and not to the outer lands or the extraterrestrial areas.
When someone says extraterrestrial, what does that mean? It means extra terrain. So it's...
They take etymology so fucking literally. Words aren't magic. Words are not magic. They don't need to have a hyper-literal meaning of the root words of what they're based upon. Like, the dashboard in my car isn't there to literally stop it from dirt from getting in my face, right? From when the horse dashes or whatever. Yeah. Like, the desktop on my computer isn't literally a desk. Words don't have to mean literally what the words, when you break them down, mean. Maps and Mimic says I literally said this earlier.
A lot more prevalent.
This dude looks like he is on his way to a rave, and they just were like, hey, you want to be in our documentary? Can you take off the glow necklace, though? You can keep the shirt.
That the world is bigger than we know, in my opinion, than these beings are traveling millions of miles or light years away to come here. I believe they won't let us go past Antarctica. So if they won't let us go past Antarctica, my favorite show in the world is Attack on Titan. I believe they're telling us things through shows that...
Answer for these sins, anime fans! You goddamn weebs!
That being one of them, that there is potential for other land outside of what we know. If there's more land out there, then why are we paying $1,500 a month to live? Or
it's always capitalism. It's always capitalism.
California, people are paying.
Like, they can't just say capitalism bad, so they have to imagine a conspiracy where the Earth is a completely different shape to justify the fact that corporations speculate on land and housing.
Paying $3,000 to $4,000.
Have speculators and capitalists destroyed our ways of living so that we might be able to live peaceful existences? No, it must be the Earth is secretly flat.
$1 a month in rent to live. Why would we have to do that if all of our...
Because people are shitty. I'm sorry that that's a worse explanation for you than whatever this is, but it's because people are shitty and predatory and take advantage of other people, and we shouldn't let them do that. That's the reason.
World could fit into Texas, and then there was more land other places. Like, obviously it makes more sense.
You can still have that concept, that idea, that belief, whatever you want to call it. You can still have that on flat Earth. You're not trapped in a snow globe.
I honestly do believe that the government is hiding more land.
Your belief is stupid, and you are stupid for believing it.
Of contents. There's definitely more than 7. I'll bet my life on it.
You would die!
Relax. This is only a visual concept, although this is scientifically possible.
Scientifically possible. What do you even think those words mean when you put them together? What? Words don't mean anything, and it makes me sad. Fucking Anunnaki land is on the map! Anunnaki lands. Beautiful. Fucking lands of Venus. Lands of Draco. Fucking Aldebaran. What? I hate it. I hate everyone. I hate you all. Why are you making me do this?
Have advanced aircraft that can do incredible things and move incredible speeds, but it's for here. It's for exploring this world, not scientifically impossible outer space.
Little green men running around, abducting people. That's the Hollywood mainstream narrative. There are underground caverns. There are underground cities. Deep underground military bases, DUMBs, there's all kinds of networks under the ground.
Think about all the underground bases. Think about the millions and millions and billions of dollars that go into black budget projects and that is a whole nother industry. NASA, nobody knows what NASA does.
Yes, we do.
Regardless if it's a government hoax.
There's only 10 minutes left in the video, guys. We're almost there.
To instill fear and control and take away our rights. If it's Project Blue Beam, just know that these crafts are not coming from outer space in the magical vacuum of floating balls. They're coming from outer
I'll show you some
space,
floating
not upper
balls.
Space. They're coming from outer space. The extraterrestrials are coming from outer space. So just know they're not coming from up there. There's a firmament. They're showing you on the daily. Rockets bouncing off of it like water. They're showing you on the daily. They're not coming from up there. They're coming...
Hydrate. I do need it from the screaming.
From out there.
So I've recently come across information from someone inside the military that as early as 1992.
Someone inside the military. Amazing source.
They were able to attain the ability to do holography or holograms with acoustic holograms, electromagnetic manipulation, just utilizing light, as you know.
Who's punking this guy?
For very realistic holograms in any size or proportion that you can imagine with the entire spectrum of dimensions. So I would just encourage anyone that does begin to see this activity in the sky to always keep in mind that it could be simple hologram technology.
Unironically, if there is, I don't I think there's probably other life in the universe, but I don't think it's ever visited Earth. I don't think it's humanoid, and I don't think it would work like, movies and TV where they're like coming in a spaceship to invade us. But let's give it a hypothetical for a second. Let's imagine there are aliens that come to Earth with ill intent and they start to invade. The funniest shit is going to be the same people who are anti-vaxxers and didn't believe COVID are real are gonna... They would all get murdered by aliens because they wouldn't believe they're real. They're very lucky space alien invaders don't exist, to be quite honest. They seem to be their natural predators based on this. They just have no protection. They'd be like, I don't believe in you, government space alien. Immediately probed. Immediately probed.
Used to manipulate you emotionally to get you to be in a state of fear. Of course, we've been warning people about that for over 7-8 years, that Blue Beam was given to us as a warning via the Secretary of von Braun, that will be their last card.
He would repeat to me over and over, and the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat. Well, at the time, I kind of laughed when he said asteroids, and when he said extraterrestrials, I knew I wasn't going to deal with that subject. And now we hear on the news just today, this week, that they've slid in another enemy. Only this time we're going to protect our satellites. In other words, we have to have some reason to spend these trillions, to waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and they're all lies. A lie. A spin. And Werner von Braun was trying to hint that to me back in the early 70s and right up until the moment when he died in 1977. What he told me is that there's an accelerated effort in place.
It's always funny, the deathbed people to me, the deathbed scammers. There was one of these for Darwin, too. I don't know. I imagine there are for others as well. But basically people who lie and maybe were, maybe weren't there actually at the death of a person, but then they'll, after the person dies, claim they made some, crazy deathbed confession that only they heard, What a weird scam. What a weird grift to get in on. Oh, I happen to know Werner von Braun, so now I'm gonna make a living going to conventions and scamming crazy people. Just a weird choice. Hypothetically, if that's what was happening here. I'm not making any legal claims of fraud, obviously.
He didn't mention a timeline, but he said that it was going to be speeding up faster than anybody could possibly imagine. And that the last card that was being held was the extraterrestrial enemy card.
I can't believe we almost got through this whole thing.
The intensity with which he said that made me realize that he knew something that he was too afraid to mention. He was too afraid to talk about it. He would not...
Disrespecting von Braun's memory is cool and fine. I don't disagree. Fuck Werner von Braun. He worked for the fucking Nazis, which makes him a Nazi.
Tell me the details. I'm not sure.
But spreading misinformation is bad, kinda no matter what. Stephen J. Neptune Man says, at least I can still laugh at the Flat Earthers. Flat Earth in and of itself is still a fun conspiracy theory. It's the fact that Flat Earthers tend to be anti-vaxxers and QAnon believers that makes them scary sometimes. Yeah, unfortunately Flat Earth and a lot of other seemingly innocuous conspiracy theories are basically part of a radicalization pipeline, so it's kind of hard to sequester one from the rest. They all kind of swim in the same reactionary current, and one tends to lead to the other. Not always, though. H-Baird with 45 bits says, Von Braun died in the 70s. Seems like this card is taking forever to get played. 50 years ago. We haven't gotten a hype train yet today. God damn it, we've only been going 4 hours. How dare, chat. How dare.
That I would have absorbed them if he had told me the details or even believed him in 1974.
Oh yeah, the Werner von Braun song. I'm gonna have to remove this from YouTube, which I'm trying not to do as much, but this is very funny, so I will play this. Oh, for those who don't know, Werner von Braun was a scientist that worked for the Nazis in developing rocketry and other weapons, and then once the Nazis were defeated, the United States, under Operation Paperclip, recruited a bunch of Nazi scientists to work for the United States, Werner von Braun being one of them, who helped, found NASA. And this is a song about it. Conspiracy theorists will act as though this is some kind of secret. It wasn't a secret, by the way. It was never a secret that Werner von Braun was, like, German and shit. People knew. People were aware of this, even at the time, thus the joke. Nemesaur, thanks for gifting 10 Tier 1 subs.
Gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun. Don't say that he's hypocritical, say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down?
That's not my department.
Not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to 0. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
His other song, another song he does called Who's Next, about nuclear proliferation. It's pretty good.
But there was no question that that man knew, and had a need to know, I found out. The look in his eyes made it clear to me that he knew that there was something going on that was a big...
He released his music to the public domain earlier this year. Oh my god, that's wonderful. What a based guy. God damn. That's so based.
Secret that he could not divulge.
That'll probably be their last card. I think that's where they're heading. They've got the technology, they've got amazing advanced stuff which they've held from us, the elite families, for millennia.
And also, there's patents for this, guys. There's patents, old documents, patents, U.S. government, Russia government, German government,
There are patents for a lot of things, to be clear. People patent all sorts of dumb bullshit all the time. Doesn't mean the thing's real, doesn't mean the thing works.
They have patents, documents.
And his music's gonna be our new intro music. Sometimes, maybe, if it's fitting.
From dating back to the early 1900s of building these machines by hand. Why are they building these machines? For what? What is the whole plan? If these are some special things coming from above, then why does man have to build them here to scare you with them? Why does man have to create blue beam technology to, coming soon, scare you with this stuff? Because none of it's
You're just making wild claims.
Coming from above you. None of it is random, okay? It's either coming from the outer lands, under the ocean, or they're man-made, or blue beam, or all the combination of what I just said. But there's nothing coming from above your head, so please stop. Stop holding on to your alien bullshit. Let your ball go.
My name is Joseph Spencer. I was known as a man in black. Following 7 years acting as a counterintelligence agent for the CIA, I was recruited for a new assignment that entailed working within above top secret operations. I was aware of the black budget projects, but never knew the context of them due to their high level of secrecy. Even the president was denied access to their inner workings. Annually, billions of dollars are poured into black projects, which operate without any supervision or intrusion. They have full autonomy. The operations deal primarily with advancing military technologies, most of which have been reverse engineered from recovered alien spacecrafts that had either crashed or were shot down by our military. The public, sadly, will never, ever have knowledge of these operations. Since the early 1950s, scientists have been developing holographic technology.
I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty lame if we've stolen a bunch of alien technology and this is still the best we can do. We suck.
And over the years, improved it to a state that we can only imagine. As I stood there staring at the bomber, which looked so absolutely real and solid that I could reach up and touch it, I contemplated the possibilities. What if this projection was 1,000 feet up in the sky? How would anyone know that that was an illusion? The Phoenix Lights craft, witnessed by 10,000 people, was the first grand-scale skybeam test upon the public. It succeeded beyond expectations. In October 1938, Orson Welles unleashed his War of the Worlds
Oh my god, the thing.
broadcast to the American public. It was so realistically portrayed, vast portions of the population went into panic. Terrified citizens
That's a pop cultural myth.
Able to evacuate their cities in droves. America had been easily tricked by very simple means. In the year 2024, the world will stand witness to a massive alien invasion. Thousands of projected holographic
Did you say 2024? I bet him money that doesn't happen.
alien warships will blanket the skies, sending people into a panic. Real military crafts within the holograms will inflict actual damage to the surrounding areas to sell the gimmick. And as a result of the ensuing human chaos, a one-world government will immediately form without any resistance from the people. They will be the new world order. Once this happens, we as a people will be doomed to enslavement and accelerated depopulation. With that said, the only hope for human salvation is to acquire and spread the knowledge of these activities and agendas. Resist, retaliate, then conquer this imposing enemy. The time is now.
The time is now. The time is now.
I'm sure Bob appreciates that that was in his memory. Well, we got through that. That's good. Let's just watch weird videos for a little bit till I decide to log off. Shall we?
I need to reach my friend. Thanks. I couldn't move with all the snacks in my pack. Thanks for not hurting me.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like or comment down below and subscribe while you're down there. And I'll see you in the next video.
Sorry, I'm trying to reorient this because I screwed it up a little when we were doing the other thing. Why does it do this? Okay, good enough.
End of the line.
Oh God. Cloud Wizard says paying the cable bill.
I've noticed with this country, I've been on tour lately, I've noticed this country, basically everybody hates everybody who's about 45 minutes away, right? I've worked this out over the course of the last few years, right? Everybody hates the next town along, right? The next city along, don't they? So Manchester and Liverpool hate each other, Portsmouth and Southampton hate each other, Glasgow and Edinburgh, right? Always the same, right? Apart from when there's someone a little bit further away there, right? That sometimes happens. So Manchester and Liverpool, we don't get on until we see someone from Yorkshire, right? And then we'll go, yeah, well, we're from the northwest, aren't we? From the northwest. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Right? And then we meet someone from down south, and then all three of us are like, well, we're Northerners now, aren't we? We're Northerners, yeah. And then we meet someone from Scotland, yeah, well, we're English, aren't we? We're English, yeah. Somebody from France, well, we're British, aren't we? We're British, yeah. Someone from America, yeah, well, we're European, we're European. The only time the world is going to be friends is when we get invaded by aliens, right? That's my theory. We'll all have to be mates, yeah, well, we're human, aren't we? Coming down here, shagging our women with your 3 knobs. What's going on there? There's a message in there.
Are you straight? You know, yeah. Straight as an arrow, bro. An arrow in flight. Straight as an arrow in flight. Are you straight? Yeah.
What's this weird Raging Rob guy doing? We watched a bunch of him yesterday. Is that not enough? Arrows in flight actually aren't straight. That was the joke. Correct.
Good morning. Sunday. I was just about to make my coffee. I get on Facebook, and this is what I see. Bill Paxton has passed away at the age of 61 due to
Not Paxton. Radiology says, have an old song with some interesting lyrics.
complications from surgery. Emmy Award winner Bill Paxton died. I'm not sure what he was in surgery for. It's for something, I don't know. He was born in Texas. He was having surgery for something, I don't know. Leaves behind 2 children and a wife.
Confirmed bachelor. Sorry. Apologies.
Anyway, I wanted to send condolences to his 2 children, wife, friends, family, and fans. Bill Paxton, dead at 61. I was a big fan of Bill Paxton. I watched him in that one movie back in the day, in the 90s, Tornado. Him and
Twister.
Helen Hunt. That was a damn good movie. He was driving around that red Dodge, you know, trying to get those little things for a tornado to suck it up. He recently starred in that Jake Gyllenhaal movie.
Jake Gyllenhaal?
I can never pronounce Jake Gyllenhaal's name. Whatever his damn name. Jake, you know who he is. That movie where Jake was going around, you know, videotaping, listening to the police scanner. Nightcrawler, yeah, he was in that movie. He starred twice in that movie. He was a security guard. I think that was a security guard right at the beginning when Jake beats the hell out of him and steals his stuff. And then he was the enemy of Jake, trying to compete with him. And then Bill Paxton comes over and says, hey, you know, why not compete? Why don't we just join sides? But
you don't even need to watch Nightcrawler now. He's so vividly described to you the film Nightcrawler. You don't even need to see it. Nightcrawler's good. Nightcrawler is good.
Good morning, Patriots, from the great state of Michigan. I'm on my way to Lansing. They said that 50,000 Patriots across the state. There's people from out of state that's going to be there. I guess there's a few people coming up from Indiana and Ohio, from my understanding. According to Facebook, there's a few people coming from out of state. Anyway, Operation Gridlock today. Today we take back our state, and allegedly the whole country and certain parts of the world is watching.
What?
And let us be a role model for all the other patriots worldwide.
This is posted April 15th, 2020, so shortly, you know, like 3 months after Biden was inaugurated, a little under 3 months.
So, it's going to be biblical. And I'm glad that, you know, I'm part of this revolution. You can sit back at home and kiss your rights goodbye, or you can go out and do something. The only way for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. I'm on my way to Lansing. I'm going to meet up. I was thinking about going to Howell.
Lansing is the capital of Michigan, for those who don't know.
Well, I guess there's a meetup there, and there's another meetup in St. John's. I'm in Shiawassee County.
Shiawassee?
Which is about halfway between Lansing and Flint. So, I got my Make America Great Again hat. I got my gun. And most importantly, I
please don't.
Got my Bible. God help us all.
Remember when God said guns are fucking awesome, bring them everywhere you go? Phraseology says, good night, would appreciate a good luck for tomorrow. I'm going to the museum I used to volunteer at to see if I can do so again. Fun fact, they don't know I've transitioned, so I'm a tad on the nervous side. Well, I wish you luck. I hope that goes well.
So, anybody that's watching, anybody that's going, thank you for your service. Any military vets out there, thank you for your service. Let's do this. Gretchen Whitmer doesn't realize it, but I think she just sparked the second American Revolution. The whole country's watching us right now, and I hope this does start something. I hope this does start something.
He shouldn't own a gun. He shouldn't be allowed to own guns. He's like the guy who shouldn't be allowed to own guns.
I hope the rest of the country takes notice on Lansing today. And all the other states follow.
I live in Michigan and I don't even remember this shit. What are you doing?
What we're doing.
And
we're not just going to sit back and let our rights erode to tyrannical leaders.
He said tyrannical, so he can say it. He says tyrant in so many videos.
This is our time now, and we're fighting for our right to exist.
Ah, yes. Straight cis white man in America, always just fighting to exist. Has anyone in American history been more beset upon than the cis straight white Protestant man? Stephen J. Neptune Man says, I believe this was the protest that Stephen Crowder was at. You know, your movement is pathetic when Stephen Crowder is your spokesperson, just like the End No Fault Divorce movement.
So, anybody that's watching, thank you for your support. Anybody that's going, we ride together. This is what we do. So, God help us all. Alright, my fellow patriots. I'm thinking about live
I've never been to any museums in Lansing.
Streaming it, doing some videos. I definitely will be doing some videos. So, I'll keep you updated on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube or whatever. So, this is going to be big. And I'm glad to be part of it. So, God bless you all. And God help us and God pray for us.
Okay. Does anyone else have any final things to say before we do a raid? Anything? Anyone? Bueller? I am a bottom. That is factual. That is true. Poop? Okay, good one. Love you too, Mr. Blast. I have not watched I tried to watch the first episode of Love, Death, and Robots and it didn't do anything for me. Alright, have a good night, everyone. I will see y'all later. And, I don't know. Just be cool, everyone. Be excellent to each other. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Tinfoil Tuesday. It'll be more similar to usual, where we're jumping around between conspiracy videos. So that's it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It'll be a little earlier in the day. I know we're planning on having some people over later, so be a little bit earlier. Not earlier than today, necessarily, though maybe it will be. I don't know. I'm rambling now. Have a good night, everyone!